And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Good evening. You are taking two live looks right now. On the left is Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. On the right, Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center, where we are set for a Falcon 9 double header. First up on the list is the one on the right, Starlink 6-89, set to launch 29 more Starlink V2 mini satellites. And I think it's safe to say, by the screen, this is not your ordinary Starlink or Starlinks. There's more reason to that as well. Some fun numbers set to be hit on this one. But yes, I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I will be your host for the double header this evening. And we have an awesome team joining us for part one of tonight's broadcast. Joining me on commentary for this first part is Alex. How's it going, Alex?
Well, I guess, more launch is more better, right? To steal a certain expression from a certain abandoner. No, but really, it's really interesting, right? We had yesterday sort of the non-SpaceX doubleheader, and here Falcon 9 is like, hey, I can do it too. So they're doing it, of course, today from both launch pads, because why not?
Yep, they felt left out, that's for sure. It was like, oh, wait a minute, you had New Glenn and Atlas back-to-back? No, we want back-to-back Falcons. Originally, they had been at the same time, but then they got pushed to about 10:08 and then 10:50-ish. And now the second one, as you can see from that clock, is about 3.5 hours after that. But amazingly, our team will be staying out there for all of it, including Max Evans. Max, how are you doing?
Good evening, everybody. It's almost like I was just talking to all y'all about an hour and a half ago or so on the Flame Trench. Yes, a second doubleheader in 2 days. I don't think we've ever had this happen before. I think this would be actually no, because the second Starlink is technically happening tomorrow after midnight at the current T0. So I guess not. But I guess two more launches with it within 24 hours of each other is always a treat.
Exactly, and as the song goes, after midnight, we're going to let it all hang down. It's a song. Also out in the field is D Wise, bringing us some awesome views tonight. So thank you very much, D, for rolling out. And then pushing the buttons, pulling the levers tonight is Kevin Michael Reed. And that is your team for part one of tonight's double header. So we are now under 49 minutes away from that first liftoff. And it's worth noting that in addition to having these back-to-back launches, this first launch here, 6-89, will mark SpaceX's 150th launch of the year. And again, keep in mind, it's still only the middle of November. So Alex, where is this particular 150th mission going tonight?
Yeah, so ironically, both missions are very similar, just in different paths and using different hardware. But we can talk about this first one, of course, because this is the one that's going to happen first in roughly 48 minutes, and that is going to be carrying 29 Starlink V2 mini satellites into low Earth orbit. Now, this one will be just like we've seen recently, where we've come back to the southeast launches out of the Cape. This is a Group 6 mission, which means we're going to head into a 43-degree inclination orbit. Now, they could go northeast. They completely have plenty of margins and sort of space and room to go northeast with this one. I mean, they go up to even 55 sometimes with like GPS satellites and whatnot. So they can definitely go to 43. It will be just slightly less northeast than usual. However, in this time of the year, we are getting close to winter. The weather is a little bit worse in the North Atlantic, so that's why they do these southeast trajectories. Both of the Starlink launches tonight will be to the southeast. So both the one from 39A that we're launching first here, we're seeing launching first, that'll be in 47 minutes, and then 4 hours later, as you can see there, we just crossed 4 hours to 6:85 from Space Launch Complex 40. That'll also go southeast. And so, yeah, for this mission, the drone ship will be out there waiting for the booster to come back. So this one in particular is going to be supported by a Shortfall of Gravitas, and the Fairing recovery vessel will be dug. So it's interesting because they are probably out there very close to each other, because these trajectories, even though the launch pads are like 5 miles away, I think it is, on the ground, downrange, it's probably not that far either, right? At the end of the day, you gotta go to the same orbital inclination and whatnot, etc., etc. So the booster, those two drone ships are probably gonna be close to each other. Obviously, not too close, but close, relatively speaking. So it's gonna be interesting. Maybe do we see like the lights maybe from the other drone ship on the booster camera? I'm really intrigued to see what we're gonna see. Talking
Exactly.
while
We'll
muted.
just have to. I know I got you beat.
Yeah.
And exactly, we'll have to find out, and of course, stick tuned for both, and we will see what we can see. But yes, we have all of the assets out there. A Shortfall, Gravitas, Doug, just read the instructions, Bob, all out there, and Jacqueline out there as well with the booster sitting on it. So
Yeah.
we will likely have 3 boosters sitting on, I guess, drone ships, we'll call them to be generic, for the first time ever. So that'll be cool. Speaking of cool, Max, is it a little cooler tonight? And what are we looking at weather forecast wise for this, and I guess both launches for that matter?
Yeah, so honestly, the weather is actually pretty lovely out tonight. Good lord, I can't talk. It's been a long week, everybody. And really, just like Atlas last night, the weather really is about as good as it can get. There is less than a 5% chance of a weather-related violation tonight, and there being absolutely no primary concerns from the range and from the forecasters over at the 45th Weather Squadron based at the Patrick Space Force Base. In terms of upper level winds and booster recovery weather, the risk criteria is rated as low. And since we are still pretty close to that recent solar storm, the solar activity risk criteria is rated at moderate, which is not the end of the world, but they are certainly watching that more than they normally would. But the wind is only blowing just, there's only a slight breeze. The temperature is quite pleasant, and there is not a singular cloud in the sky. Plenty of stars above us, and the wild black yonder is all encompassing. So fingers crossed for both launches to get off on time. And actually, I should mention real quick that the forecast for this launch and the one after this, Starlink 685, is exactly the same. Don't know if that was a copy paste job or if the forecast is just that accurate for both. But then again, the weather at this time of year in Florida can change, not as quickly in Florida, but certainly not too much in 4 hours.
Yeah, and when we say copy and paste, if you read the forecast discussion between the two different ones, they are word for word. Let me see the liftoff winds, see if they're the exact same here. Yeah, pretty much. It's essentially a copy and paste between both of them. They're that similar and they're that close to each other. I just copied and pasted them and just changed the number at the top and the time at the top. So that is a good thing, at least. And a reminder, if you have questions, tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can over the course of tonight's broadcast. So, Vaquero making an interesting point here. And I think we'll have to go through this one. Max, I'll need your help on this. Saying this will be a launch from every operational pad except 39B, right? I mean, I guess you kind of have to not count the missile launch sites. I guess for orbital pads that are actively launching, right? You had 36, 41, 40, 39A, and just not B.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Pad B there as well, because technically 39B is an active pad. It just doesn't launch very often because the rocket that it launches doesn't launch very often either. Um, but I believe you are correct. LC-16 launched Terran 1 in was that March of 2023, but has since been completely torn down and redone for Terran R, hopefully next year. LC-14 is still undergoing construction for Stoke. 37 has been taken offline from Delta 4 and will soon support Starship, hopefully. I think so. I think that sounds about right, which is pretty awesome to say that we are getting ever so closer to what was considered Missile Row back in the day in the late 50s and early 60s when all the pads were active at once essentially. So I believe this is the most active the Kennedy Space Center and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station have been in literal decades, and it is wonderful to see. And come 2026 and 2027 and beyond, it is only going to get all the more popular and all the more busy. So we love to see it.
I believe, I'm trying to think if my math is right, if these are launches 97 and 98 from the Space Coast this year, or is it 96 and 97? Alex, you have the numbers on that?
Give me 1 second. Hang on. And yeah, this will be 97 and 98.
The 97th and 98th launches of the year from the Space Coast, the highest number ever, and it still keeps growing. So
Yep.
things are hopping, just not hoppy. But yeah, here's the numbers. As pointed out, the 150th launch of the year, the 589th overall. Someone, when I said this was a special launch, they were like, oh, it's got to be 500th something, because that was the running joke for a while.
Well, we're getting close to 600, just saying.
There
Next
we go.
month.
And the 6 different 600 milestones, depending on how you count them. Picking up 6th launch of the month, 269th, nice, orbital launch of the year, 209th since the last failure, 561st orbital, 121st for SpaceX from 39A, 324th dedicated Starlink mission. And hopefully Shortfall Gravitas will keep its near perfect record. So far, 130, this will be the 133rd landing that would be successful out of 134 attempts.
Yeah, some of those is like, if successful, then it will count as such. I just never add that because otherwise it makes this list even longer. Too much text.
Yeah, that's what we need more of. More text on screen, absolutely. Oh boy. So here's a question. I'll throw this one to you, Alex. Sean Moy asking, when do you think we will see the first triple header? And I guess the other question coming along with that is, what are some of the logistical issues with trying to launch 3 times in a day? Is it range personnel? Is it commodities?
Well, I mean, there are definitely issues, right, where you've got just the commodities. For example, sometimes these providers share commodities between each other, right? I'm not sure about SpaceX in particular because they seem to have moved, like they have upgraded some of their systems both at Slick 40 and at LC-39A. So like both of the launch complexes that they have at the Space Coast, we've seen through the years multiple upgrades to their ground systems. So perhaps one of these things has been upgraded, but then you have to also take into account other providers, and maybe those do not have that sort of advantage, right? So there are definitely a lot of things into consideration. There are some things that are better when you have rockets, for example, that have an autonomous flight termination system, because there's no people on the ground, for example, with the big red button trying to sort of blow up the rocket if it goes off course or something like that, right? Like the rocket itself has this autonomous flight termination system, and it self-detects when it's not going correctly, right? And then it detonates, etc., etc. And thankfully, it's not being used, at least at the Cape. So there's that. But if it were to happen, there's no need for that amount of people on the ground, and also all of the tracking assets that you need for that, because you need independent tracking with radio. At some point, there was even laser tracking, etc., etc. There were a lot of things that then you need to recalibrate for the next launch with the other rocket. That is gone now with Falcon 9 at the very least, and it is only needed for rockets like Atlas V because they are legacy rockets. They have not introduced that system yet, but future rockets, very soon, those will be including those. So it's not just going to be Falcon 9. I'm sure at some point in the next 5 years, we're going to get that triple header one way or another. Like, I just don't see a way where we just don't have it. Like, it's just going to be a thing that just happens.
Exactly. It's not if, it's when at this point.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. And again, I think as more vehicles go towards that autonomous flight termination system, that will help. I believe, again, like you said, they kind of have their own commodities with SpaceX. I think pretty much all of the other pads, Atlas, 36, I would imagine, for as of now, but that'll probably change. 37, all have those shared commodity lines that run underneath them and to them. So we'll have to see. I guess it would have to be the right mix of launch providers launching too. Let's see here. Though for tonight, we have the double header, as we've been talking about. Again, on the right is the one that will be launching first, because apparently here we go right to left. And the one on the left is the one that will be launching second. Sorry for calling you out, Kevin. But that's what we are aiming for tonight. And again, tonight, as you pointed out, Alex, they have their own separate commodities for this, and they both have that autonomous flight termination system. So technically, they could have done it just 50 minutes apart if they wanted to, but I don't know if they would have been able to do this near simultaneous that they had originally said, would they?
Well, it's one of those things that we should probably ask SpaceX at one point. Let me see. Oh, wait. Right? Yeah. It's not something that, it's not very common that you can ask them. From a launch control operation standpoint, they do have mission control. So they have mission control at Hawthorne, launch control center at the Kennedy Space Center at Hangar X. And at Hangar X, they have multiple different rooms and things like that. Also at Hawthorne, they have multiple different rooms. So it's not like they cannot control multiple missions at once. They have done that multiple times in the past. The thing is, are they capable from a technical standpoint to do that, of launching both literally at the same minute and second, right? That is the big question. I don't know. So this is what I'm telling you. I just have no idea. Now, for today's doubleheader, we had been talking about this for the last week, where it was like, at first you have to take it sort of like a placeholder, because there was this whole restriction with the FAA. It's still in place, by the way. But we hope that, with the government reopening and everything, at some point in the next few days, maybe this is sort of eased out, right? So at the beginning, we were like, consider it a placeholder, right? But then there's also the fact that it's a window. Like, this mission and the other one, these two are just sharing the same window, which is 4 hours long. It could have happened, at the opening of the window at 10:01 p.m. We're not tracking that one for 689 or 685. We're tracking we're tracking 10:08 for 689, the one at Launch Complex 39A, and we're tracking 1:21 a.m. Eastern for the one at Slick 40. They are about 3 hours apart from each other. So it's what essentially we're talking about this the other day, where it was like, it's just a window and it's 4 hours long. They can just stray apart, right? And this is what we're seeing today. Whether they can actually go on the same minute or not, this is again something that we should be asking SpaceX. I have no idea if the technical capability is there. We did ask the Space Launch Delta 45, and technically they did not say whether that was the case or not. Something that they were not able to say or not, but yeah, they just gave us like a big list of different conditions and everything, but never, it was not really a yes or no, basically, how to say that.
Yeah, there you go. In the meantime, though, Max, we should be on Frostwatch at this point, right? If everything is proceeding, they should be go for prop load. What else do we expect in the timeline now?
Yeah, so the go or no go poll was verified at the T minus 38-minute marker whether they were go to proceed with prop load or not. And assuming they were, prop load begun on Falcon 9's first stage with the locks and RP1, and then on stage 2 RP1 load at T minus 35 minutes. And usually, given the varying atmospheric conditions and the winds and everything, we usually begin to see frost on the bottom of the LOX tank on the first stage at about T minus 31 or so minutes, if not closer to now. So we should keep our eyes open for sure. I'm trying to peek right now. I don't see anything just yet.
Any
So
second.
It's hard
any
to tell with
second,
the
really.
weld line.
Yeah, and that will continue up until about T minus 20 minutes, and where we will see a very noticeable vent coming from the transporter erector, and that is when they begin to purge and thermally thermally condition, I should say, the lines in the TE for stage 2 LOX load as well.
I think it's there.
Yeah, I think yes, I see
Oh,
vapor.
yes, it is.
I see vapor rising fast, so we are now into prop load, and because that is the case now, they are now currently committed to that 10:08 p.m. T0. So if they wanted to abort this one tonight and try again at some point in the window, they cannot. They do not have the resources available for either the ground or the vehicle itself. So they are either going at 10:08 or not at all tonight, at least on this pad.
There we go. And Alex, by the way, we talked about that line there before the frost was there. What exactly is that? I believe it has to do with a lot of just checking the vehicle between flights.
Well, yeah. So the booster has a liquid oxygen tank and a kerosene tank, right? So you've got there the weld line in between the two tanks, right? Because the booster is making the one tank on one side, and then you make the tank on the other side. You come together with the two of the tanks, you weld it, and that's how you put it together, right? And then like each of the tanks are made from panels of aluminum, lithium, et cetera, et cetera. So at the end of the day, what they do is they always inspect. Well, not always, but like at least every X number of flights, they do inspect that weld because it's a really important weld to inspect. And when they do a more in-depth inspection, they do also check the other welds from the rest of the panels and everything. Some of the other parts where, again, they sort of weld panels together and make barrel sections, and then from there they stack them together. Well, not stack them because this is all horizontal, I think, at Hawthorne, but yeah, I'm just borrowing a little bit of the lingo from when we talk about this for Starship. But yeah, it's a bit of a different way of building the rocket than what we see with Starship.
Exactly, but it's something you got to do if you want to keep the reusability up. Is check all the important parts. But you can also see just from that line where that was to where the frost line is now, how quickly the repellent load actually happens and how quickly that is moving up the tank. I want to take a moment to thanks the people here. Anna coming in with the $10 super chat saying, "Gentlemen, what kind of caffeine are you all consuming? Godspeed to you for the long day and night." Max, what's in your cup?
Water. I have not had any caffeine today, actually. I prefer not to drink it at all, if I can help it. Same with the sugar. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink tea, even though I should probably start drinking tea for other reasons. I either drink water usually, or I am guilty sometimes of having a soda or two. But today I should say, I've had no caffeine. So I am doing this au naturel, which may come back to bite me at some point.
Brits in shambles that you don't drink tea.
I know.
Mine, I wasn't going to be drinking any soda tonight originally, but then I saw that DY's earlier was having a Dr. Pepper, so I am having a Dr. Pepper Zero because I care about my health. So I do the zero sugar, ignoring all the other chemicals and everything inside of it. Alex, anything caffeinated in your cup this evening?
No, I actually tried to not get any coffee because I really want to go to sleep after this first launch so I can start working on Starbase Update, releasing on Monday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I will probably have coffee, but yeah.
I don't drink coffee at all, but occasionally I do have a caffeine seltzer, and on very rare occasions, I'll have actual caffeine soda, maybe once a week, maybe twice. If so, it's the zero sugar, which doesn't mean it's healthy, it just means it's zero sugar. Oh boy. now 28 minutes to go till this first launch of the evening. And here's a question from Jason. And Max, I'll throw this one to you. In terms of visibility, is there any chance of seeing a southeast trajectory night launch from Southeast Virginia? What's kind of the best viewing range for these southeasterly Starlinks?
Yeah, so unfortunately in Virginia, I think you're going to be out of luck because the rocket is traveling well away from you. However, if you are south of the Cape, say Satellite Beach, going all the way down to Fort Lauderdale, even Miami, or even all the way across the state in like Tampa and going down the west coast there, the west coast of Florida, I should say, you should have a decent chance of seeing tonight's launch in some capacity should the weather in your area be cooperating and you have clear skies. In my opinion alone, the best place to watch these southeast flight paths is somewhere between Jetty Park and Satellite Beach and somewhere in between because the rocket is literally flying right in front of you, going directly south. As you can see here from the keep out zones in the NOTAMs and the NOTMARs published here along the initial flight and recovery areas. So, yeah, unfortunately, if you are north of the Cape, if you are, well, I should say, if you are closer to the Cape, like New Smyrna Beach, Daytona, even Jacksonville, you should have a view, but the rocket will be flying directly away from you, so your view will not be quite as good as if you are south of the Cape here directly. Where you are in Virginia, unfortunately, I have to say I don't think you will have any visual tonight. But you will whenever they do end up flying northeast for either a Starlink or whether it be an ISS mission, whether it be crewed or a CRS mission for a resupply. But other than that, for this launch tonight, for these two launches tonight specifically, I think you are. Oh my goodness, I can't talk. A lot of words. I think you will not have any visual tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, although keep in mind, if you're in that Virginia area, there is a haste launch that is set
Oh, that's
for
right.
this weekend.
I
Uh,
forgot about that.
Yep, in case you're unaware, that is the Electron suborbital flights that they do out of Wallops Island, Virginia. So that is out of LC2, and that is, as of now, called VAN and scheduled for a window between 7:45 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Sunday. We also have a member of our team now with us who is actually monitoring everything out at Wallops, so we'll be able to get you more information on things happening out there. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. Of course, keep up to date with Next Spaceflight app for all the exact days and times. In the meantime, you could see the breeze there. Definitely not as strong as we've been seeing the last couple days, but I'm sure enough to just keep a little chill going. Get
Yeah,
that air
thank
moving.
God. That wind the past few days, especially the few days prior to the launch of New Glenn yesterday, was absolutely horrendous. It was so brutal. Honestly, it was so tough to work in.
Yeah. Also, boats. But anyway.
Well, that's not wind.
No, but
That's
at
just
least
boats.
that's not an issue from where we're viewing tonight.
That's also factual. If there was, we probably have bigger issues to worry about.
That is very true, given 39A being well within not just exclusion zones, but specific restrictions of where boats can and can't go. And if there was something at the turn basin, that would actually be real news of, hey, they're bringing something. Uh, Speaking of those water assets, Angel Scott is wondering, Alex, do we know exactly how far both of the drone ships are downrange? Are they, and do we know if they're actually close to each other at all?
I'm not sure we can really say for sure. I'm literally, one of the problems is the usual tracking sites. You kind of need the versions that you gotta pay for those. Yeah, out there without being close to land and whatnot, it's a bit harder to know exactly where they are. But it should be just like a few miles after all. The downrange distance from the pads is like 600 kilometers, give or take. And so it shouldn't be that far away at the end of the day. Because if the two pads are like 5-6 miles apart, I think it's probably not going to be way, way too far away in terms of the distance downrange for the landing either. It's probably going to be close. I don't know how close. Again, it's one thing that you can guess all night, but without actually knowing the coordinates and things like that, I don't think I can really say for sure.
But again, it's one of those we'll have to find out or reach out to one of our boat people like Gav who has more information on that. I'll throw this one also to you, Alex, here. Space Gnome is asking, in terms of number of launches things here, how close do we think the HLS refueling launches will have to be? I could see 3 a day for that. 3 Starships flights a day?
No, they don't need to be that close. One of the main things of HLS is that it's supposed to be capable of loitering in orbit for a while, right? And so it should be up there for a little bit. Also, the fact that HLS itself, it's launching, it's like the last thing that you launch at least in SpaceX's architecture, is the last thing that goes up. The first thing is the propellant storage Starship, right? And then you've got the tankers going up, and then that refills the storage Starship, and then you go up there with the HLS, and then you do that. So that means you really don't need to do that very quickly, because you're actually, it's like going to the gas station, right? If you think about it, because the gas station is refilled by trucks, right? That unload the all the gas and everything. And it's not like you need 1,000 of these every day or something like that for just one single gas station, if you know what I mean, right? So the same deal with this. You can sort of stage these different tankers going to the propellant station for multiple days, multiple weeks, and in fact, in previous occasions, NASA has stated that in theory, what will be sort of the concept of operations will be that maybe it will be once a week for these tanker missions. So it will not be something like 3 times a day. It will not be needed, essentially, because again, these starships will be made to be able to have long endurance in orbit and stay up there for a long time, and not need lots of different missions in such a quick succession.
I mean, that will be exciting when we do get to see that many, though. Hopefully, it comes to a point where we will get, 2 or 3 Starship launches in a day, which would be wild. I know that was the original plan was, they would basically have it come back, catch it while it's on the pad, refuel it, and send it right back up again. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
we're anywhere.
the.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was gonna say, like, that's the sort of pie in the sky goal, right? Like, really unicorns in the flame trench sort of thing, right? But yeah,
Not gators.
not gators.
But
Oh,
how
come
about some
on.
vents? Maybe 20-minute, 20-second vent, which for some reason at 39A is usually the 20-minute, 25-second vent, as we see it right there on the screen. For those who don't know what this is, Max, can you tell us about the 20-minute vent?
Yes. So essentially, what you are seeing now is gaseous oxygen being vented out of the transporter erector, which was formerly liquid oxygen, because they are bringing the transporter erector lines inside of it down to a cryogenic temperature. And of course, what you are seeing flowing out now is the excess and the overflow coming out. Words, I can't speak. Essentially, they are thermally conditioning the lines inside of the TE, and what you are seeing is just the excess venting coming out of that. So that should stop at around T minus 16 and a half minutes, and that is our visual indicator that stage 2 LOX load should be underway. So this is a sign that things are trending in the right direction, and also it's a rather I don't even know how to describe it. That's a rather big one tonight. It's not that humid out. Maybe I just haven't seen the forecast correctly for that, but it is awfully thick, and it's also a great indicator for what the wind is doing, which is blowing slightly southeast, which is why the TE looks like it's kind of wearing a cape, because that's kind of what it's doing. So yeah, this should continue for about 2.5 more minutes, and we should see it wrap up, and that is our visual indicator. As I said earlier, that stage 2 LOX load is underway, so looking good.
That is what we like to see. Again, the cape at the cape around Falcon 9. I mean, there you go, right? Pun token for that, maybe? No?
Well, Sawyer, it's not at the Cape. This is KSC.
What's the address for the Kennedy Space Center?
I don't know. What is it?
Is it not Cape Canaveral, Florida?
I don't know. Technically, it's Merritt Island, I think, Sawyer.
I don't know. I've never tried to send a letter to a rocket. Someone send a letter to Launch Complex 39A at Cape Canaveral. Let's see what happens.
Zero NASA Parkway, Merritt Island, Florida. Is that really it? Kevin, are you just BSing or is that real?
No,
That's
that.
actually. Ha ha ha! Sawyer, get owned.
Oh no, owned. I'm looking this up now. In the meantime, apparently Kevin was trying to create a goal that would make Alex sing through the break in between launches, but apparently YouTube's goal function is broken right now. I'm sorry.
Well,
The
I'm
address
thankful
for
for
Launch
that.
Complex 39A is J82008 Saturn Causeway, Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, Florida 32920. You want to take that back now?
Never.
Why is Kevin saying not true? That's literally what it shows up on the map when you look it up. Look it up on Waze, look it up on MapQuest, look it up on Google Maps. That's the address. Come on.
Fake news.
Oh, Kevin's saying it's fake. Right. Yeah, about that. Let me send a letter to it and see what happens. Although, then again, what year is this? Who actually sends letters? But yeah, even Apple Maps, as reliable as that is, says address Cape Canaveral, Florida 32920.
Did you not just preface that with how reliable that is?
Yes, but all of the others
completely discredited your own source before you read it.
How do I know which rocket to send it to? How many rockets are currently flying out of 39A? There's only 2, and how many have launched this year? 1.
Technically 3, hopefully soon 3.
I said 39A.
Yeah.
I haven't launched. Starship
Exactly.
hasn't been on the pad yet. That doesn't count.
That's why I said not yet, hopefully soon.
Right, so as of right now, it's 2. Stop,
Hey,
Mom and Dad are fighting. Yes,
you know what's
Kevin.
going to start?
What?
Stage 2 LOX load.
Are you trying to pull me and actually take the conversation and bring it back on the rails with the clever transition?
Yeah.
Kevin, I already explained that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't listening.
Oh, you hear that, folks? From Kevin's own admission, he wasn't listening.
Oops.
Anyway, yes, as was pointed out, with the vent gone, that means stage 2 liquid oxygen load is underway. Meanwhile, the stage 1 RP1 rocket propellant 1 load continues, as does the stage 1 LOX load. Yes, you're right, Miko. Conversations here rarely stay on the rails long. It'll be fine.
These are late night Starlinks. We are allowed to derail from time to time.
Even the person saying the KC is a place on the Cape, which is on Merritt Island. That's still the Cape.
It's still Merritt Island.
No, it's Cape Canaveral.
Yeah.
So anyways, I'm taking over commentary. We are 15 minutes away from
Hey, someone
liftoff
said-
from Launch Complex 39A at the Merritt Island.
No.
Hey.
Someone said this
Lord.
conversation, trying to figure this out, is quite the caper.
No.
I would assume,
Agree.
however, that addresses at the Space Force Station are Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, right?
Yes.
I don't think you would say Merritt Island or whatever island it's on.
Because it's not.
It's not.
Exactly. See?
But the Kennedy
Thank you,
Space Center
Kevin.
is literally on Merritt Island, though.
It is. The Kennedy Space Center is on Merritt Island. Yes, and I know that because I know some addresses on at Kennedy Space Center just because. And I know that they're all addressed as they're a NASA Parkway. Now it's interesting, but I don't know why.
Especially because, just look up the actual maps and that's what you get. Anyway, Captain Kirsch, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Very much appreciate that. Oh boy, yes, all the people now. Kids, play nice.
Mom, the kids are fighting.
I will say,
As Bath Salts says, by the way, no bath salts. We still talking about this? Can we move on?
I was about to say, while we're talking about this, there was actually a very good question from Catlin Wonderland saying, as a non-local, Max, what is the difference between the two? They look very close.
The difference between the two, what?
I would assume Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Technically, one is an active DoD or Department of Defense installation where classified military activities happen, and that is what it is. It's essentially military, whereas the Kennedy Space Center is a literal separate piece of property that is a separate government installation under the ownership and operation of NASA and not the Space Force. But they are literally right next to each other. We drive through the gate to get to Slick 41 and Slick 40, I should say. We literally cross the gate that brings us from the Kennedy Space Center to the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So essentially, they are under two different operating heads with management, and they operate much differently. The KSC only has 2 operational launch pads, and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station has many. So essentially, that's the TLDR answer. One is operated by the actual Space Force, and one is operated by NASA, and both are actually 2 completely separate pieces of property.
Right. Basically, there's a bridge kind of that's in between the two of them, and depending on which side of the bridge you're on is which side you're on for the most part.
Not even a bridge. Like if you're on the road that brings you past past 39A down to 41 and 40, it's all one road, and there isn't even a bridge. You just cross a gate, and that's it.
True. Sorry, I was thinking of coming from the Space Force side. Yeah, if you come from the NASA side, there's also that spot there from 39 over to 41 and 40. Anyway, of course, for those unaware, you see the 2 clocks in the top left of the screen. That is because there are 2 launches scheduled for this evening. Of course, the first one is the one that you see there, scheduled for 11.5 minutes from now. That's the big one on the screen. The smaller one is over at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That one's about 3 hours and 24 minutes from now. And Alex, those were originally posted as the exact same time with the exact same window. Then they were about 45 minutes apart, and now you could see about 3 hours apart. But I saw someone asking here, will it ever be possible to get a simultaneous double launch like they do in Gattaca? Or I guess also kind of like they do with Armageddon.
I guess. I mean, eventually that'll be a possibility. Just like we have, airports that have double runways or multiple runways in general. They do see multiple takeoffs at the same time, or even landings as well. We've seen that, like for example, San Francisco has that. I've had that experience in Chicago, for example, as well, going into O'Hare. So like, yeah, you can definitely, yeah. Hey, hi Max. So yeah, that could be a thing of the future. We like to imagine a future where going to space is just like airline operations, right? So who knows? That could definitely be part of the future.
I mean, that would be absolutely amazing to see. Difficult to photograph, but awesome to see. And at this point now, we are 10 minutes to go until tonight's launch. Again, as you can see, the rocket fueling continuing to happen on it. The fact that fueling began means they are committed to the 10:08:10 T0 for tonight's liftoff. And for those who are unaware in terms of recovery assets, Max, these are both set to be water recovery assets. So all 4 of SpaceX's East Coast sort of Falcon recovery boats are out there, right?
They are indeed. We have the fairing recovery ships. Bob and Doug are out there about 100 kilometers downrange farther than the drone ships. Just read the instructions and a shortfall of Gravitas. So, yeah, the whole fleet's out tonight. It's a pretty rare treat to see all 4 and also to be launching so close. We may be in for a treat if both go off on time and they both come back in a very similar time frame to when New Glenn's first stage booster comes in eventually. So we could be in for a treat here, guys.
Exactly. Never telling me the odds, of course. Currently sitting out on Jacqueline, or landing platform vessel 1, in the Atlantic Ocean on its way back from the successful landing yesterday. Considering that this is the first time that they have successfully landed one, we don't know exactly how long it's going to take to get back into port as opposed to the usual, 2-ish days, Max, for Falcon 9?
Yeah, it used to be about 3 to 4 days on average, but they have since picked up the pace and they use pretty quick drone ships, pretty quick tugs as well, and that's down to about 2.5 days, which is pretty remarkable. They absolutely haul the mail. So yeah, these should be back if they go off tonight. I would imagine at some point Monday or Tuesday.
We will, of course, be watching that live and be out there in full force to capture the return of that. And of course, you can watch all of the returns from all of the different boosters at Space Coast Live, our 24/7 live cameras down at the Cape. Anyway, coming up now on about 8 minutes to go. Weather-wise, Max, I know we have breaking news. We have breaking news. It's sweater season, and I was just about to ask you about the weather, Max. Do you think maybe you could have used one of these knitted sweaters out there, especially yesterday, or would you need one tonight as things chill down a bit? We have our Falcon 9 ones here. You can see with the Crew Dragon capsule, in fact, at 39A. Compare the picture on the left to the right. You'll see a lot of similarities. And then, of course, on the back, the recovery, like we were talking about with the drone ships, and even for the Crew Dragon with the parachutes. We won't mention that they're out at the West Coast now because I still like all the Florida things on it, minus the snow. But anyway, that's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, along with our current ones for Starship as well. Down at Starbase, we also now have the brand new super heavy pajama pants. We also have the thermal protection system pajama pants, and all of those are based off of real photos that were taken of Starship. And per DOS, who was wearing them earlier, they were apparently very warm. So before you chill down your engines, make sure you check out our thermal protection system pants, the tree skirts, all of that in our holiday collection at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Which, Max, final weather check before we send you off. How is it looking out there?
Long story short, it is looking wonderful. There is not a singular cloud in the sky. Oh, actually, there is. There's a very tiny one above my head. Oh dear, it's clouding over. Plenty of stars above us. It is a crystal clear night. The moon is not up yet, so it is nice and dark. A slight breeze coming out of the northwest, which honestly it feels nice. It is a quite refreshing temperature out right now. If I had to guess, actually my phone, 61. Oh, that's actually kind of chilly. Oh dear. But it feels nice. It feels nice. It is very, very nice, and Falcon 9 on either pad could really not ask for any better conditions to be launching in. But I believe it is currently time to be sent off and go manning a couple of cameras here. So thank you very much, everybody, and I will see y'all on the other side.
Sounds good, Max. We are now about 5.5 minutes to go until tonight's launch. First launch, shall we say, Starlink 6-89 from the Kennedy Space Center Launch Complex 39A in Florida here. 29 Starlink V2 mini satellites currently atop the rocket that you see on your screen. This will be delivering them in a southeasterly trajectory, so anyone in the southeastern part of Florida, as well as the west and southwestern part, relation to the Cape, hop on outside and see if you can see this first launch. And yeah, if you do see it, send it to us on all of the social channels. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, Blue Sky, TikTok. Send it to us if you catch it. But what we should be catching in a moment now, Alex, is the transporter erector, or the strongback, leaning back a little bit. Which, why do they do that? And it's only 1.8 degrees.
Yeah, the transporter erector has all of the umbilical connections to the booster and the second stage. Well, not all of them, but a bunch of connections to the booster and the second stage. And so just retracting the stromback a little bit without detaching those connections means that they can be very, very short relatively compared to, say, they retract it now and just, for example, they just detach the umbilicals. Like, how would you do that, right? So the old method that they had way back in the day and that they still use at Vandenberg is they retract pretty much all the way out to the launch attitude for that stromback, but then you have very long umbilicals that can get roasted and everything. It's not ideal situation. So they changed that, and now this procedure, you can see there, now they're opening that top clamp out there at the top of the stromback, and then it'll retract 1.8 degrees. That keeps those umbilicals still connected to the vehicle. There's at least a few of them for the fairing, a few of them also for fueling the second stage, and also another one on the interstage to purge it ahead of liftoff. So this is one of the things as well that sort of they have optimized over time. One of the things that they have optimized has been the propellant load sequence, and they are approaching now the end of liquid oxygen load on the first stage. So we might be able to hear that as well.
Exactly. The propellant loads will be wrapping up, and then once they do that, they will do one final purge of the lines, close out all of those gas lines, and get everything set for launch. Again, at 1 minute, that is when they will pressurize all of the tanks to flight level, and Falcon 9 will enter startup when the onboard computers will take control of the count.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
And there you go, right as you called it, Alex. Stage 1 LOX load is now complete. So again, the rocket is fueled with liquid oxygen and kerosene, which is known as RP1, Rocket Propellant 1. Those are the propellant and oxidizer for both the first and second stage on Falcon 9. Again, those 29 Starlink V280 satellites nestled in the fairing up at the top of the rocket. Those fairing halves, by the way, will, once they separate, float back down to Earth and be picked up by the recovery ship Doug to scoop them out of the water and bring them back to the Cape. Meanwhile, of course, this booster will be landing, if all goes well, on a barge downrange, a Shortfall of Gravitas ready to catch the booster. Well, I guess for the booster to land atop it, let me clarify. Minute 50 to go. We should be coming up on that prop load wrapping up, and as you see there, the closeouts where they purge out the
Stage
lines of
2
any
LOX
remaining
load complete.
gases. Beautiful. And we should get the gas closeout call as well. As you can see from the venting, purges all the remaining stuff inside the lines, clears everything out, and gets it set for liftoff.
Yep,
Now,
making it all
80 seconds.
safe.
There we go. That vent stopping as planned.
Ground gas closeout has started.
Beautiful. About 10 seconds to go until we get into the nitty-gritty of the count here, and Falcon 9 takes control of the countdown with its onboard computers, known as Falcon 9, entering startup. So we should hear the call that Falcon 9 has entered startup shortly.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
There we go. The SpaceX audio feed a little bit delayed compared to our visuals and the clock. So next up that we'll be listening for is the launch director giving the final go for launch.
LD, go for launch.
There we go. 30 seconds to go. We have a go for launch. A reminder, we will stop talking as it lifts off and allow you to hear it. Just keep in mind the sound does take a little bit of time to reach our microphones at the press site. So you will be able to hear it. It just comes on a delay because that's the way the rockets work. Coming up on 10 seconds. Next will be the activation of the Rainbirds, and there they go. A water deluge system at the base of the rocket, followed by ignition of those 9 Merlin 1D engines, and liftoff of Falcon 9, SpaceX's 150th launch of the year, and the first of 2 tonight has cleared the tower. Beautiful sounds tonight. Falcon 9 passing through max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle, and the very rare VAB squeal from 39A. The vibration of those engines matching the panels on the VAB, creating that squealing sound that some of you heard there. Now, 95 seconds into flight, as we get to the thinner parts of the atmosphere, of course, you will see that plume start to expand outward, and you might even be able to make out each of those 9 engines as it goes.
So they
Then we're-
change in color.
Yes, as the atmosphere gets thinner and the oxygen gets less, you'll see a lot bluer color in that sort of trail behind it. And that will be followed by 3 events in rapid succession, starting with MECO, main engine cutoff, when those 9 engines will shut down, followed by first and second stage separation. Then we will have SES-1, or second engine start 1, when the single Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 will ignite. And then about 20 seconds after that, we should see the fairings fall away. So we're standing by for MECO. There it is. Next up will be the separation. And then we should see a flash and ignition of the
MECO.
Merlin vacuum engine.
Stage separation.
That looks beautiful.
confirmed.
And again, SpaceX on a slight delay from what we have with our live cameras. So it's kind of a free replay.
Stage 2 startup.
There we go. Beautiful. Meanwhile, stage 1 will continue its upward trajectory until it reaches apogee, the highest point in that, in which case it will then start its way back down. There are, of course, 2 burns still for stage 1, the entry burn followed by the landing burn. With those grid fins deployed, the next thing that we'll see is the fairings
Fairing
fall away.
separation confirmed.
Whee!
The official sound
do
that they
it.
make, yes. If you could hear sound in a vacuum, that's what they would say, is we. But there you go. So those have fallen away. The plume continuing to expand in the thinner parts of the atmosphere up there creates a gorgeous trail behind it. Not quite jellyfish levels, given it's not the hours for that, and also not a full moon, but you still get a gorgeous view behind it.
Indeed.
Also, I love chat is now just full of wheeze right now. It's fantastic.
There should be special sound effects for these launches. Just saying.
Yeah,
SpaceX, if you want to hire me, I can make all of the sounds you want. Whoosh and wee, whatever.
and the engine ignition. Roar. Yeah. Anyway,
No need for microphones. I'll do all the sounds.
we should be coming up right now on apogee. Again, the highest point of the trajectory for the booster. You could tell because the speed has come to a complete stop, and then it will pick up again. And there it goes. That means that it is now downward, on its way down towards the drone ship. So hopefully we will see a landing on that within 4 or so minutes from now. But as mentioned, first there is the entry burn. Alex, do you want to take the fighting fire with fire explanation for this launch, and I'll do it for the second?
Yeah, so we'll see here, hopefully in a couple of minutes, that first stage igniting 3 of its engines, but it's not all at once, right? It's going to be first the center engine, then 2 of the outer engines will ignite after that, and we'll have all of those 3 burning for roughly 20 seconds. It's the usual time for these entry burns. This is still the MBAC engine on the second stage, by the way. And so those 3 engines will burn again for roughly 20 seconds or so, and then the shutdown sequence is the opposite of the ignition sequence. So we're going to go from 3 down to 1, that center engine, and it's only going to be lit up for like a couple of seconds until everything just shuts down. But yeah.
And there we go. So far, everything looking good, though, from the trajectories that we were able to see here. Everything looks good. At this point now, 85 kilometers in altitude and dropping for stage 1. Stage 2 at 150 and climbing. You could also see that speed picking up on those numbers in the bottom right.
Yep, and that altitude on the second stage will actually go down. They do this weird thing where they go up, and then as they go down, they enter orbit. So it's a weird thing. A lot of people, it catches a lot of people sort of by surprise. They say, "Oh, it's coming back down. It's gonna re-enter," or something like that. No, it's just
Stage
the way
1
that
entry burn
it goes
startup.
into orbit. Oh, there we go.
Stage 1 FTS.
And there it is. Light termination system saved, as you heard there. There's 1, there's 3. You'll be able to see it there as it goes to that sort of line shape. Beautiful. If you want to kind of see more of what that looks like, the New Glenn launch actually had a good showing of the 131. But for now, you can see from those onboard cameras, should be dropping back down to
Stage
1.
entry burn shutdown.
Yeah, we saw
And 0.
on New Glenn, we saw the 3 engines lit up, and the pattern of the 3 exhausts actually
Stage
created
2
a
FTS is
line
saved.
that was sort of perpendicular. It was 90 degrees off. So the same thing happens on both boosters, both Falcon 9 and New Glenn. It's super cool.
It really is. You can also now see the grid fins there as it gets to the thicker parts of the atmosphere, see some of that plasma interacting with it. And once it gets even lower, you'll start to see those actually move and help steer the booster in the thicker parts of the atmosphere down to the deck of the drone ship, which for launch number 1 tonight is a Shortfall of Gravitas. Just read the instructions is kind of nearby, but that will be reserved for tonight's second launch, Starlink 6-85.
Stage 1 transonic.
Stage 1 below the speed of sound now. And coming up should be that engine burn for landing. That is a single engine burn to slow the vehicle down. You could see in the left there that little pixel of light. That is the drone ship.
It would be cool if now they switch to just read the instructions camera or something.
Stage 1 landing burn.
That's a Shortfall Gravitas.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Here we go. You see the grid fins doing their thing. That single engine ignited. Next will be the landing leg
Wow.
deploy.
Look at the water.
Oh, the blue color, spectacular.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
There we go. And touchdown.
Landing confirmed.
A successful 150th mission of the year for SpaceX. Absolutely perfect. It's what we love to see. And that also marks the 133rd, successful landing on a Shortfall of Gravitas all time.
Seago.
And there is second engine cutoff. So that's shutdown of that Merlin vacuum engine. There is one more ignition later, but they no longer show that. And it's only a couple of seconds anyway before they deploy those 29 Starlink V2 mini satellites. Also, I see a lot of people quoting Ryan Caton from yesterday. There's the legs.
Jacqueline.
It's on the deck. Where's Jacqueline?
Here will be. Where's ASOG?
Yeah, exactly. And then we have the empty pad at 39A. But, folks, as you can see in the top left, we may have one empty pad, but there is another pad that still has a rocket on it. There is still a second clock that has a minus in front of it. So while this one is at T plus 10 minutes or so, take a look here. We have the next rocket ready to go tonight for Starlink 6-85, just about 3 hours from now, which is not the shortest turnaround we have ever seen, but it's still a pretty quick turnaround. And for the person asking, yes, that is 150 SpaceX launches in the year. So,
yeah, not total.
Nope. Hard to believe. I think this was 580 something total. I'll have to check the numbers for the next launch and get to the exact
39.
ones.
Yeah,
Thank you.
total accounted for Falcon 1, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, and Starship. They have done a total, and I'm counting, of course, full stack Starship launches. This will be 589 launches already by SpaceX. The one that we're seeing here, will be the 590th. So another 10 more, and we get one of these big milestones that we like here, which is going to be 600 launches.
Yes, and then we have 6 different 600 launches, depending on how you count them.
Yeah, and at the rate that they're launching, 10 launches from now, it's probably going to be like early December. It's going to be a few weeks, just a few weeks.
Which is wild. Also, wild is usually getting to see and experience that. Max, do we have you back?
I sure hope so.
How was that? It sounded beautiful tonight.
It really and it was. We heard all of that just about as crisp as anyone could, especially the initial thud of ignition, which we normally don't hear so prominently, but we did tonight, and it was spectacular. I always forget how great of a view it is to watch a launch from Pad A going southeast because it's flying basically next to you, and you have a great side-on profile as it heads downrange. It's beautiful. Yeah, marvelous. I think D was in the back channel saying that there was a gator near him, and that was the closest D's ever been to one, I guess, post launch. So I'm kind of jealous because normally they're close to me. Um, but yeah, that was beautiful as always. And one down, one to go.
Yeah, the closest I probably was there was one over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I think you might have been with me there, Max. And we were towards the end of the media line, and on the other side, just past the road, there was just a gator chilling out.
Yep, I
Yeah,
remember that one. Yep.
yeah. There were some other people that got a little worried, but you and I are just like, swamp puppy.
Although it's not exactly an uncommon occurrence to see an alligator in Florida.
That is very, very true. Oh man. Also true is the amazing support that we got during the launch. Solid Rocket Candy gifting 2 Red Team memberships, one at a time. Thank you very much for doing that. And then Jose Javier coming in saying, thanks for everything. Is it possible to set up notifications like 15 minutes from launch instead of the hour or so that you start? Not complaining, honestly asking. And Alex, I believe there's an app that will let you do that.
Yeah, so on YouTube, it is by default, you always have a 30-minute notification before a live stream or a premiere, and then you've got the notification when either starts, right? But there is a website, well, app in this case. The website still doesn't have notifications. That's a work in progress. But yeah, there's Next Spaceflight, of course. If you get the app on your phone, you can get notifications for these kinds of launches. 10 minutes. So you've got usually 24 hours before, you've got 1 hour, and then you've got also 10 minutes as well. I think you can go to settings and like, okay, don't tell me the ones at 24 hours and 1 hour. I'm already well informed of when these things happen. I just need to know 10 minutes ahead, like, you know, this person was asking about. Well, that will help you get here a little bit closer to launch, I guess. Some people don't have the time, and that's fair.
Exactly. We love when you do come and hang out with us and chat with us and we get to answer your questions. But if you're unable to, of course, yeah, you'll get the notifications. And then right in the app, you'll be able to watch the NSF live stream just with the press of a button. And Evelyn's also becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much for that. So, Alex, in terms of what's next here, is there any reconfiguration or anything crazy that we know of that they have to do either at Hangar X or Hawthorne before the next launch?
I have no idea. I think they just proceed like they're different and separate countdowns and launch campaigns and whatnot. What I can tell you is that launchpad, LC39A, is going to be turned around in a few days, and there's going to be another Starlink launch out of there. So that I can tell you. That's going to be hopefully in about 5 days and a bit of a change. Under 6 days, let's put it that way.
And it's wild because for a while, saw nothing from 39A. The pad went quiet for weeks at a time, which, again, it's weird that weeks is considered a long time now between launches, but it's finally starting to pick up again, huh?
Yeah, they probably put a bit of more emphasis lately on the Starship work at on the pad there at LC39A, because they have had major milestones lately out there, namely the OLM being installed and whatnot. They had the flame buckets and all that. So of course they probably maybe had taken that sort of, it was like a month and a week or so that they took off to not take off, I guess. But yeah, so but they're back. 39A is back.
It is back, as are the replays. So, according to these views, it's back at the pad and lifting off again. Again, the right side is the live view with the TE already looks like starting to make its way back upward. And I love the view from Fleet Cam that we have at Rusty's at the port here. You get an awesome view of all the other boosters as they work on them, and then of course Falcon 9 lighting up the Florida skies. Which also great place to kind of watch a launch. I've done that a bunch of times. Hang out, head over near the parking lot there, watch the launch, and then grab a bite to eat. Or vice versa. Turning night into day. Now, we were talking this a little bit last night, Max. It's, how does like a Falcon 9 compare turning night into day versus, say, the Atlas from last night or New Glenn on its first night launch?
Well, New Glenn is not bright at all because the exhaust from any Methalox rocket does not emit as much black body radiation or just light in general, compared to an NRP-1 rocket or a rocket powered by NRP-1 or Keralox mixture or one using solid rocket motors. And I think Atlas is a bit brighter, but when they use 5 solids, it's gone so fast you can't really soak in just how bright it really is because it's gone. It's there and gone. It's that quick. But with Falcon, you have a chance to enjoy it a bit more because it isn't as fast off the pad and it burns for a little bit longer overall in terms of its brightness. So you have Falcon 9 isn't as bright, but that's not to say that it's safe to look at like direct dead on with your eyes because it could lead to some damage to your eyeballs because it's like looking at the sun. It really is. So I think Atlas is by far the brightest, although there really isn't that big of a gap between it and Falcon. Just Falcon, you have a lot longer of time to enjoy it for, I guess.
Yeah. Almost Atlas is kind of like a flashbang in a way. It's so quick that it's just like, it's bright and it's gone.
Yes, basically. Yeah, that's actually a pretty accurate description.
Yeah. And I'm amazed none of us are blind with all the night launches that we just looked directly into. But, I mean, I guess you could argue that some of us are blind with some of our takes. But anyway. You can see right now everything growing with the light. And by the way, D in the back channel pointing out SLS is a very rare shuttle-derived sunlight, saying it's one of the brightest.
Shuttle-derived sunlight. Good lord.
I mean, shuttle was ridiculously bright at night. I will say that.
It
and
was.
SLS.
Yeah, but so was SLS. And I was right next to you, so you remember?
I do. We were up on the mound there. And yeah, SLS, of course, having 4 of the shuttle engines versus shuttle, which had 3. Also, the 5-segment solid rocket booster as opposed to the 4 that was on shuttle, and that was at night. And boy, that I was brought back right to the shuttle days. And I honestly, as it got louder, I was like, okay, it's at shuttle levels, and then it kept going. I'm like, how is this happening?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was amazing. And anyway, Falcon 9 still putting on a great show tonight. I believe this was one of the robotic tracks from Steven, who's one of our newest Space Coast Live operators. And again, doing this from not at the Cape physically, they're doing this remotely, which is amazing. Oh, those views never get old, especially as it gets up higher and you get that bluish, purplish color, almost green in some aspects. It's amazing. I believe this is D-Wise's view. Or one of the static cameras. Oh,
That sounded
that's
awesome.
Oh, that's amazing. love that.
Is there any gator growls in this one? I'm trying to listen. Ah,
And we cut away.
and it's gone.
But we have this track, by the way. And is this yours, Max?
Nope, this is also D.
It's also DY's. It's, of course, just a teaser, as, of course, DY is doing a slow-mo after every one of these launches that they're at. So it's kind of just a teaser of the slow motion to come. Still, the crackle on this one, absolutely spectacular. But wait, there's more!
This is my track, yes.
There's the ignition on that one, and the liftoff. And again, the sounds, Chris Bergen saying that he couldn't hear the VAB squeal. We had a rare one from 39A.
Oh, your
But if you
audio.
might hear it. There it is.
Yep. Yeah, that was a pretty one. And also sounded great, too.
By the way, if he's one of those people that can't hear the squeal, that's why I said, there it is. Rewind it a couple seconds after that, kind of scrub through it, and see if you can hear it. It's not as prominent as some of the 4-day launches, which hopefully we'll hear that in about 2 hours and 48 minutes from now. But definitely take a listen for it. Also worth noting the Brevard EOC, their Emergency Operations Center, which supports the launches, with a new message that we don't see very often here, saying after a successful SpaceX Falcon 9 launch, the team remains active for the next Falcon 9 launch, window 10:01 p.m. to 2:01 a.m. So they remain active. Beautiful. Also, I do need to thank, as we continue to watch the replay here, Norm Reitzel with a $50 super chat. Thank you very, very much for that. Saying this kind of launch cadence should have happened decades ago. After Apollo 17, NASA had detailed plans to ramp up our lunar exploration, but no. We put a man on the moon, now why keep spending money on all of this space crud? I mean, I get it. I'm with you on that, but at least we have private companies that are starting to pick up the pace. We have SLS that has launched once and is said to launch at least again in the next couple of months. So, yeah, I appreciate it. I think we're all on the same page. More rockets, more better. I guess better late than never at this point. And Julija, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member as well. So you can see there the flag still flapping in the breeze, but weather remains the same for the second launch tonight. Again, that is 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 23 seconds from now is the currently scheduled T0 for Starlink 6-85. So that will be B1078 this time, and that will be landing on Just Read the Instructions instead. Alex, thank you for joining me for this first launch tonight.
Yep, I'm gonna be head out to bed. Gotta get a very lengthy script ready for tomorrow's recording of the Starbase update episode, which we'll be releasing on Monday. But I'm sure this stream is not ending, right? As you said,
Nope.
This is Doubleheader, so this is still gonna continue afterwards, and I'm sure people are gonna still hear your voice after.
Much to the enjoyment and chagrin of many, depending on who you are. Thank you, Alex, for your insightful commentary, as always. And also, we should probably call you Jack now as an abandoner.
Oh, come on, no.
Are you
Not
sticking around?
He changed my name. Look at that. Look at the top right. He changed that to abandoner. How you dare, Kevin? Like really, really? Okay, well, sure. Whenever you are not on a late night Starlink, I'm gonna tell you that you're an abandoner now. How about that?
Oh, got him. Max, we'll be hearing you again in the next launch attempt, right?
You may, depends on if D wants to come on or not. I'm happy to give that to D, but maybe.
We'll see. We will also see the DY's slow-mo replay, of course. One of the staples here at NSF. Always love seeing these. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. We'll be back. We're not going anywhere. Stick around. The stream will stay live. You'll still have views. But we're going to have a little DJ KMR session with Kevin Michael Reed, spinning the tunes for you all. We'll be back at 1 hour before the launch of the second mission of the night, Starlink 6-85. Stick around, folks. We'll be right back.
Well, as you can see from the clock in the upper left-hand corner there, the time has changed just a little bit. So we were expecting that second launch of the night to be at 1:21. However, it has since shifted by a little over 20 minutes. So we will come back from a commentary break at that T-minus 1 hour mark. But for now, Starlink 685 is scheduled for 1:44 a.m. So we will see you all here. And now I think it's time to hand it right back over to DJ KMR for this commentary break.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roger, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Payload down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Say again, SPD off. Off. It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage. Look at this! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
You are taking a live look right now at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, where we are back for round 2 with another Falcon 9 launch carrying more Starlink V2 mini satellites into orbit. I am still Sawyer Rosenstein. Not like I have been Ryan Caton, but I am still Sawyer Rosenstein. And joining me tonight is a fantastic duo from the field. It's a full Florida team plus Kevin Michael Reed. Joining me on commentary is once again Max Evans. How's it going, Max?
Good. Well, I was going to say good evening, but it is now technically morning. So good morning, everybody, and welcome back.
Good to be back. And also joining us from the field for comms for this one is D Wise. D, how's it going?
It is going pretty well, as y'all have said. I mean, it is a gorgeous morning, technically, as I look up at the clear skies and somewhat still air, but not stagnant air. There's a little bit of a breeze here, and it's always a good day for a launch. And you know what? It's a good day for two of them.
Absolutely. And who do we have doing the launch? The most tired of all of the teams, the ones who have been in the field with D, Max, myself, all joining you on commentary tonight, and Kevin Michael Reed, who's been producing all of these streams, including the Late Night Atlas and New Glenn and these two. So we got a tired bunch, but a happy bunch because there are rockets ready to be launched. And as you can see there, the weather looking pretty good right now. And in case you're wondering, the official 45th Weather Squadron forecast was literally copy and pasted between the two launches. Kevin could be showing you the one from the last launch or this launch, and you would never know except for the 85 versus the 89 at the top of the page. If you go back and forth and actually flip between them and try reading them, yeah, they're the same. Hey, what do you know? This is the one from the last launch, although it applies the exact same for this one. So same windows, same everything. Less than 5% chance of anything violating the weather, and of course, primary concerns you see there, none. The only thing is the moderate solar activity concern, but as we've seen from all the two launches yesterday and the one earlier tonight, that has not been an issue up to now. So far, so good. Now, as for the launch itself, Max, which way is this one going tonight? We had one going southeast, and this one is going...
You guessed it, southeast. Typical with the Group 6 Starlink shells. So just like Starlink 689 before it, Starlink 685 and booster B1078 will be heading southeast this evening towards the drone ship. Just read the instructions. As you can see, these are the airspace and marine closure notices for both the ascent corridor and also the recovery area for the first stage booster. So if you are south of the Cape, say in Cape Canaveral or Satellite Beach, or even all the way down to Fort Lauderdale or Miami, you should have a great view of tonight's launch should the weather be in your favor with clear skies. So yes, typical for Starlink missions at this time of year, as we see a relatively freshly used, or I should say unused, Falcon 9 first stage booster in port. I believe that is 1098. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody?
I believe that was after its fourth flight. I think it's a -4 now.
I think it was its Yeah, so pretty much a brand new booster at this point. It's a very youngin. But yes, southeast, and it should be a good one because weather at the moment, just like you were saying, Sawyer, is looking a-okay, just like the last one. We got lots of stars above our heads, a little more overcast in the area, but that's nothing too threatening at the moment. And honestly, I don't think will be. It's just some let's see, I don't even know what I would call.
Ambiance. I don't know. Yeah, the thin, wispy ones. Of course, the big concern with clouds are the big, puffy ones, the ones that can actually cause storms and create their own lightning. And yeah, the cumulus clouds, because cumulus cloud rule is a thing. And yes, New Glenn was indeed at one point did not launch because of a cloud. So it's just worth remembering. New Glenn finally got off the ground after range violations, a pin, a cloud, rain. What else did we miss on that one? It's basically everything. Something at T-minus 20 seconds that they didn't specify exactly what. So, yeah. And apparently it's B1096 in port currently. Still one of the newbies out there.
Hey, Sawyer,
Speaking of, yes, Kevin.
you want to know something crazy?
Absolutely.
The wind literally just died down. The flag has been going all night long, and it just stopped.
It did. Can't confirm. I'm
All
looking
night
right at it.
long. Do we know
All
anything
night.
about that? Is it still, has the breeze calmed down there much? It's been that, what has been the breeze like tonight anyway?
Well, the breeze was coming from the north for a bit, but it was nothing unpleasant. If anything, it was a bit refreshing. But as it is now, yeah, literally the flag just died and the breeze is basically non-existent. Which is not bad because it's still pretty cool outside and the bugs are at bay, so nothing to complain about here.
Exactly. Now, do either one of you want to take a stab, because we're talking about the boosters at this point, of tonight's booster for this mission, B1078?
You want that one, D? Do you want me to take it?
You got this one for me. Thank you.
Oh, alrighty. So this is booster B1078, and this will be flight number 24. So it's up there in terms of the Falcon 9 fleet here in Florida and also just in general, because the current fleet leader is holding at 31. But 24 is still nothing to scoff at. It is one of the, I guess, higher up veterans here in Florida. It flew 64 days ago, which is actually a pretty long turnaround period, considering we have seen it as little as 28 to about 34, 35 days is what tends to be the average nowadays. But in terms of its flight history, its primary customer missions have included the likes of Cruise 6, O3B Empower B, USSF 124, Bluebird 15, and New Centaura Lima. As you can see, there is an extensive list of previous Starlink missions there as well. So I'm not going to read all of them because that is just a mouthful. But you get the idea. This booster is an absolute veteran.
Exactly. And amazingly, this will only be its 8th launch on Just Read the Instructions. Most of the rest of them have been on a Shortfall of Gravitas, with one that landed at LZ2 and one that landed at LZ1 previously. So, yeah, which sounds like, oh, that's a lot. But yeah, considering how many in total, it's unbelievable. But yes, that is now launched 438 satellites. Hopefully, will be 466 by the end of this stream. Oh, I'm good. Thank you, Kevin, though. But yeah, so this will mark hopefully the 151st launch of the year for SpaceX. In case you're wondering, the 150th was about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. And yes, that is for the year, as wild as that is. But yes, so that one will be on, that one that's out there is currently on a Shortfall of Gravitas. This one landing on Just Read the Instructions, and Bob is the payload fairing recovery boat that is out there, which actually left for this mission while we were in the countdown for New Glenn the other day. I do want to thank some people for their support while we were, excuse me, while we were away. Losing my voice here. Linda, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Christina, getting some items from the shop, saying, thank you for keeping my marriage conversation alive and help us to plan our vacation getaways. Honestly, my husband James and I appreciate all that you bring to us. Well, thank you, Christina. We appreciate that. Let's see, what do we have? The Flight 11 patch shirt. And Oh, nice. The tumblers there too. So thank you very much for that. I'm happy to keep a marriage together. Yeah, good job. Johan, becoming a Pad Rat member. UGK Deadeye, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Echo Deal coming in with another pun saying, careful, you'll polka your eyes out.
Oh, jeez.
That was good. And yeah, by the way, Make a Wish, folks, as you saw the shooting star, the meteor, excuse me, going across the screen there. I don't know if you saw that with your eyes, but our camera did catch that.
I was actually looking down at the screen, and the feed that I have here on the cloud was buffering, so I didn't actually see it.
Yeah, well, people can rewind on the stream, and if they didn't catch it, but yeah, that was cool. I'm gonna totally have to rewind because I was reading support. Also reading this message from Bideford. Hang on, the panel's a little broken. It's blocking it. There we go. Jay, fix it. Bideford with a $50 super chat saying, "Good morning, Sawyer, Max, KMR, D. Thank you for staying awake to do the back-to-back launch. Hugs to you all. Yawning until that polka." See, we know how to wake up an audience. Nothing like a little polka music to get you going at, midnight Eastern. Anyway, I should point out, by the way, that I see a lot of messages that happened while we were away. It's hard to keep track of them. But if you have any questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. Here's an interesting question. I don't know if either of you know the answer to this, but 98 Central asking, do all Starlink stacks undergo a vibration test before launch?
Oh,
Max, do you know?
I don't know. I don't know if SpaceX has ever really disclosed any information of the sort regarding how they test their stacks of Starlinks. I would imagine that there was an initial testing period whenever the V2 minis were, I guess, in development, but for every single stack that seems a bit excessive considering how many that they're actually launching, and they know what they're going to get considering how many they make. I My gut says no, and I don't know exactly where else they would do it other than Hangar X2 here at the Kennedy Space Center. But I think that would just be excessive. So my gut tells me no. But again, we have no real way to confirm that because SpaceX has never once released info on that, or videos, or a press release, or anything. But undoubtedly, they have at some point gone through some sort of vibe testing, probably early on in their development. But I don't think that they do now.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, though. I'm sure, again, like you said, I'm sure they did in their early days, but given that they're kind of the same satellites, it's the same setup, the same deployment mechanism for so long. I
Yep.
wonder if maybe once every now and then they do it just to double check, but kind of to keep up the pace, you'd have to be able to just build them, stack them, and send them out quick.
On that note, I think Max, I would totally agree with you. Like, it doesn't really make sense to check all the stacks in the same way that, like, early on, weren't they launching some sets of satellites when they knew one or two of them were bad because it simply wasn't worth the time to go through the effort to de-encapsulate and then re-encapsulate with new working satellites due to that time delay and extra manpower?
That would kind of make sense, especially when they were launching the batches of 60 with the old V1 variants of these Starlink satellites. Um, I don't know of any specific examples of that, but that does make sense, and it's wild to think as well if that is true, if that was their solution. It was easy. It was a much easier solution to just deorbit it above Earth than than just take the fairings off and take those two and swap those satellites out in the stack. That's a wild thought. But that seems to check out mentally. But again, we have no real way to. I don't know. I think you know more about that than I do, D.
I mean,
It's an old memory, so like I could be mistaken there, but I seem to recall that.
sounds like something SpaceX would do, for being honest. I mean, we could reach out to their media email and we'll hear back in 10 to 20 business eons.
Guaranteed.
Or your money back. Let's see here. Got some good questions. Neil wondering, history-wise here, if Starlink 6-85 launches on time, that would be 4 flights from the Cape in how many hours? So
Not many. Probably 26 or 27 is my off the top of my head guess.
let's see. New Glenn launched at 3:55 Eastern.
Yep.
Then we had Atlas. That was at 10-ish Eastern.
10:04, I think it was.
Yep. Then we had the Starlink 6-89 mission, which was about 3 hours ago. And now we have this one in 42 minutes from now. So that would be under 48 hours. I believe that's 45. Or no, why am I thinking 2 days? It's
I was gonna say
uh
like
math.
20, about 27 or 28 hours, I think.
If the first one was 3 p.m., I think it's a little more. I don't know. Math, chat, help me out with math. It's late. We've been awake a long time. Someone help me out with that, please.
Oh no, I'm thinking of the time between Atlas. I'm not even taking into account New Glenn.
We'd be at 33 hours.
Yeah, that sounds
I
a lot
think,
better.
roughly.
There we go. Yes, whoever said awfully early to make the brain do math, you're right. Yeah, under 34 hours. So yeah, 33-ish hours. Unbelievable. And in 40-ish minutes, we should see a launch tonight, which, D, while we have you for a sec, do you mind just running us through what we can expect here in the near future from this timeline?
Absolutely. So the most notable thing coming up at just about 38 minutes to launch will be the launch director verifying they are go for launch. And if we get that go, in fact, they will then shortly begin propellant loading for the first and second stage. The second stage uh, with the RP1 and the first stage with both liquid oxygen and RP1. As they get into the fueling, it'd be about 32, 31 minutes to launch when we would start to see that frost build up on the booster. That is a great sign that they're going for it. And once they've started fueling, they're locked into that T0. As we get closer and closer, at about 20 minutes to launch, as we saw earlier this stream, we will see the best vent, and that is as they are chilling down the infrastructure to prepare for liquid oxygen loading on the second stage. Once we get in the last 10 minutes, there's a lot more stuff that happens in far more rapid succession, but of course, the thing that we are waiting for is that liftoff tonight.
We are indeed hoping for that in 40 minutes from now. So we'll, of course, be keeping an eye on the vehicle and waiting for that frost, which we should see about 8 or 9 minutes from now if all is going to plan. Let's see here. I've got a really interesting question. This is a bit of a difficult one. So I'll give you each time to think about it too. Liam Ashton is asking, if you could pick one launch to be your favorite, which one would you pick?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a hard one.
Just one.
Just one.
Oh my gosh. Now are these launches that we've just for clarification, are these launches that we've seen or just launches in general?
Ooh. Do we want to go 1 and 1?
I guess that's the easier way to do that. So in terms of just launches in general, oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to give you probably 2 contenders. So the first one is probably Apollo 11. I think that one is pretty self-explanatory. And the second one, honestly, is STS-1, the first flight of Columbia and the first flight of the space shuttle program. Both I think are pretty self-explanatory, and especially Apollo 11. But STS-1 was such a remarkable time to be any sort of enthusiast or someone to be anyone who has any remote interest in spaceflight, as at that point in time there was this great promise of rapidly reusable spacecraft, especially with the shuttle itself from the USA. So a lot of hope and a lot of a lot of impatience on that program as well, because it was also delayed by a few years at that point. But certainly a momentous time in history. In terms of launches that I have seen, the first 2 or 3 that come to mind are Starship Flight 5, Artemis 1, and oh god. Oh dear. I'm stuck between CRS-20, which was my very first launch ever back in March of 2020. Oh my god, D, you just spoiled my answer. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. That's how tired I am, folks. And when I say this, it'll sound incredibly obvious.
I knew exactly what it had to be, and the fact that you didn't jump off the bat with that one, I had to.
I know.
I'm not going to spoil it. You go right ahead. Number one launch.
Honestly, if you hadn't brought that up, I would have completely forgotten about it, at least tonight, because we are just all absolutely brain dead. But of course, no time to lose. The 50th launch of Electron in New Zealand with Rocket Lab. You know what? I think that's my answer. I think that is my one. That is my official answer. I think just between going with Jack and the whole trip going as well as it did overall, and how beautiful the launch was, and all the cameras working well, and just enjoying New Zealand as it was. Good golly, I think I would do that trip all over again if I could. And Rocket Lab, if you're listening, we would love to go back out and do some more stuff with you. But yes, I think that is my very long-winded answer, and thank you, D, for that. I genuinely would have not mentioned.
It was the first thing I thought of when the question was posed, and so I don't know. So should I jump in with my favorites now?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I feel like Max really it's really hard when you're talking about launches you haven't seen just in general, because I feel like those are a little bit more disconnected from individual experiences and more connected to the mission itself. And so what Max said, yeah, STS-1, of course, Apollo 11, of course, any of those historic launches, like, of course, I would love to have been there, been able to witness them. If we go to the, like, personal experience, what you were there for, I mean, Flight 5 is really high up on my list, but my absolute favorite has to be going full spectrum with ESAR.
Ooh. Very nice. All right, for mine, again, going through the obvious ones that I haven't seen, which isn't many, so you're flexing. I would go with Apollo 17, the first night launch and basically the only lunar night launch of the entire Apollo program. Was spectacular from all I've seen with the video. Imagine the same shake and rattle of the Saturn V, but then having it with the beautiful dark night behind it. That must have been stunning. Otherwise, I mean, STS-130 is up there because it was my first ever launch. STS-127 carried a patch of mine into space. Both of those were Endeavour. Believe it or not, 135 is not one of my favorites because mostly it went through the clouds, so you kind of missed most of it. And also, it was just, there were so many people. It was excitement, but then it was like, oh crap, it's over. So I'm going to go Falcon Heavy Demo up there because the reason it went on the first try, it launched, it was gorgeous, it stuck the landing. I got to go Falcon Heavy Demo and STS-130 as my two favorites that I've seen. Interested to see chat's favorites there. Yes, a bunch of people agreeing with Apollo 17, Shuttle, another Falcon Heavy Demo. Let's see. Getting some good suggestions here. I like it. Here's a good question for both of you out there. Hopefully staying safe. 98 Central asking Max, D-Wise, has a swamp puppy ever encroached near the press site?
Yes.
Yes. I think you actually had an experience after this prior Starlink tonight, right?
Yeah, so this wasn't my worst ever alligator experience related to a launch, but it is my closest experience at the press site for sure. because we're used to sort of hearing growls pick up after some of these late night missions where the sound rattles the gators awake. And as I was tracking the last one, I believe it was close to Miko a bit before that, and then after it, I started hearing the growling from maybe 15 feet away. Like I wasn't right at the edge of the water, but I was somewhat near the water at one of the pretty standard places to set up, and that was one of the closer locations. And then there is one more. Max, I believe you were also there, and it was a time I was viewing off site. Must be 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago. It was, I was northern Merritt Island and basically surrounded by water. And when the launch went off, it was gators in every single direction that started growling. And that was definitely a little bit of a scary experience, just like to know how surrounded with alligators you always are when you're near water in Florida.
I think that's important to know. This isn't just a press site thing. Of course,
Yes.
being right along the water, we tend to see it more based off of where we're viewing. But yeah, they're pretty much everywhere. And yeah, even last launch I was at night was out at Cars Park for a Starlink. And same thing, you hear the alligators just angry of, really? You're doing this now? Well, hopefully we'll hear it again in 32-ish minutes as we keep an eye on Frostwatch now. Things like it looks like maybe there's a little bit, as we were talking about earlier. It's kind of hard to tell because there's a weld line there too, or a weld where they then clean it to inspect it occasionally, so it looks lighter than the rest. But I think
I want to
might
say I see it getting a little bit bigger.
think so
maybe?
too. I don't know. I don't know if we can do a zoom in and enhance on this, but it looks like it might be growing.
Cough, Kevin, enhance, cough.
Kevin loves when we backseat produce.
He does. It's his favorite thing in the world.
Absolutely.
Assuming he's even listening, of course.
There we go.
Hey! And we can't really tell much more because of the atmospheric distortion. Yay!
No, it looks like to the right a little bit.
I was actually ignoring you guys, like completely ignoring you.
Intentionally or unintentionally?
No, unintentionally. Like I wasn't even like you just were noise at that point, and
Wow.
I think, like all of us, because this has been such a long week beyond all the launches. This is I think chat figured it out more exactly. It was 33 hours, 49 minutes, something like that. 4 launches in this time. Beyond that, the S words, I almost said it, and different setups. Like, this has been a long week for all of us, but it is great to be out here and seeing the really thriving industry in space.
Right. That doesn't count the Starlink and first Atlas attempt. That was going to be a double header. And then the first New Glenn attempt, and then remote reset, and then also the remote pickup from Atlas. And then the fact that they were going to go Wednesday, and then the space weather was no good for Wednesday. So we didn't think they were going to go Thursday for New Glenn. And then all of a sudden they say, hey, we're going to go Thursday. And it actually goes Thursday. And here we are, and somehow it's only Friday. Well, technically Saturday local now, but.
And we're still really not done yet because we still have to see the booster come back on Jacqueline. So the week is not finished yet.
At least it sounds like there's a slight reprieve from it with it still hanging out there from last we saw.
Yes.
It sounds like we've got a weekend coming up.
What's that?
You just said that, so now we're not going to.
Yeah, we're going to have a Ship 36 type event now at Starbase, aren't we?
No, Sawyer. We don't say those things around here. Bad juju.
I'm not Ryan, okay? I don't say pad fallback.
You just did, though.
Oh, my God.
No, it's the O pause.
Right.
My God.
Yep,
And I 100% see Frost now. That tank is getting very white.
absolutely. Which, by the way, Ryan Weber is actually out at the Cape right now somewhere, I believe, watching this launch in person as well. So,
You know, sorry, go ahead, Sawyer.
I was just going to say, right now he's 2 for 2.
He saw New Glenn in Atlas, didn't he?
Oh, he's 3 for 3.
But this is the first, like, he had the first Falcon 9, and given the way everything went when Alex came to see launches, there was a Falcon 9 that launched, and then suddenly they weren't. So maybe that last one is the last Falcon 9 for a bit. If
What are you
superstition
doing,
called.
Z-Wise?
Why are we just putting bad
I don't
juju
know.
out of the
Oh,
world?
I don't know.
Oh my god. So maybe I'm gonna take over hosting. I was joking with chat during the break that you guys were tired and I was gonna take over, but
I like that idea. Wait, can we do that? All right.
Yeah, at least up to like the 20-minute event. Why not?
no.
All right, guys, see you
Field
later.
break. Let's go. Talk to you
Nope.
later.
Bye.
Oh, I thought that meant bye as in we'll be quiet and you take over the host. Okay.
And that's when
thought he
commentary
meant
just
that too.
absolutely ceased.
Anyway, let's see here. Yes, good vibes in chat. Exactly. 98 Central again with another good question. And Max, I'll throw this one to you, saying, are the propellants for all launches barged in or produced on site?
So I believe I'm trying to think. Well, so I think all of the liquid oxygen is actually trucked in to each individual launch site, depending on what the needs are. I know that we have seen them going to LC-36 before. I believe we have also seen them at Slick 40 before. As it is currently the busiest launch complex in the world, it is in constant need of a supply of liquid oxygen. So I believe those are all trucked in, and it is the same with the RP1 and the methane that are used at the different pads here as well. And I believe it's the same with the hydrogen, although that may be produced at an offsite location and then piped in. I'm not exactly sure. But when it comes to helium and nitrogen, those are also made offsite and then piped in through the center to whatever launch complex is needed for the time being. So it depends, but I want to say in terms of the actual propellants in question, I believe they're all still trucked in.
Right. I believe a lot of the liquid oxygen and some of that's trucked in from 2 different facilities in Florida. One, I believe, is in Jacksonville, and the other in West Palm Beach. So
That sounds about right.
it's a bit of a trek for them, especially if you make your way towards the visitor complex and you're coming from State Road 3, you look and go, oh, there's a giant Air Liquide plant here. This must be where they make all of the liquid oxygen and stuff for the launches.
No.
A bit ironic.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway. Good question, though. Also getting some really good support coming in still, which we appreciate. I don't know how we're hanging in there, but we're glad you're hanging in there with us. Ethereal Swordsman with the $5 super saying, I love launches. Not just rocket launches, roller coaster launches too. Might be even more ways to launch a coaster than there are to launch a rocket. I'm trying to think what different ways there are to launch a roller coaster.
Magnets.
Uh-huh.
Magnets. Spring. Chains.
Pulley. Yeah. Pressure, right?
There are also different types of the magnetic launches, like whether the active system, like exactly how the active system interacts. I don't know. There are also a lot of ways to launch a rocket, as we are seeing. So,
Well,
I don't know.
There's
Chat'll have to.
RP1 engines, hydrogen engines, methane engines, LNG engines, if you want to get pedantic about it.
Solid rocket boosters.
Solids, yep. Combination liquid solids. Airdrop.
Spin launch.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Asterisk, 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 asterisk.
Did you say airdrop already, Sawyer? Sorry.
Yes, I did.
You did. You did. Okay.
Yeah, Pegasus and or Virgin. I mean, that's still a good amount. There hasn't been any electric launches yet, so.
I mean,
Electron with the like the battery powered parts of the engine.
I was just gonna say that
Battery powered
yeah.
turbo pumps. You're right.
But then again, so was also Rocket 3 with their oh god, what were the engines called? Oh dear. Oh gosh. Astra's Rocket 3 engines, what were they called? Oh gosh, I can't think of them. I can't think of them.
Yeah, our brains are mush tonight. We're trying.
I believe, but Electron is the most popular rocket using an electric motor to actually spin up the pumps on the Rutherford engines on its first and second stages, which is why it's called Electron, and it is also unique and also very, very reliable as well.
Delphin, by the way.
Delphin, yes, thank you, Sawyer.
Yeah, it was the Delphin first stage and then the Ether upper stage.
Which was pressure fed, if I'm not mistaken.
It was indeed.
It was, yes.
Let's see here. What else do we have? We have more support. Anonymous getting a bunch of items in the shop, saying thanks for all the hard work this week. It's been a great few days. Been watching on my odd days as I come home from some intensive training. Appreciate everything. Well, appreciate you getting one of the blankets. Ooh, forgot about we had to throw blankets. Totally forgot, especially as we get to the warmer season here. Getting one of the knitted sweaters for the holiday season, or as Ryan kept calling them on the other stream, the jumpas. Another one of the knitted sweaters. And again, these are actually knitted. It's not like one of those, oh, it's just, sweatshirt kind of material. It's actually knitted materials. It's really nice. The new pajama pants, which I had no idea until Das mentioned earlier that they use actual photos on them. So the thermal protection system on the pants is an actual photo of the Starship thermal protection system. There we go. Now it's clicking through.
Hey, Sawdog.
The new ones, yes.
Someone in chat, Reavers, right? They're Reavers, Neil Lawson said.
Oh, Reaver engines. Forgot about those, yes.
I'm gone. Bye.
Aren't the Reavers? Oh my god, Meteor.
There's been a few of them tonight. We saw one earlier. You saw this one, huh?
I did, briefly. But aren't the Reavers expander cycle and not electrically driven?
We haven't mentioned expander cycle, though, have we?
No, we have not.
That's what I mean. It's a new one. Oh, yeah. Good point. But yeah, also, by the way, we are around the tail end of a meteor shower here, so that's why if you're like, wait a minute, why are we seeing all these meteors? It seems more than usual. We're still in like the era of the peak of the Leonid meteor shower for right now. So that's why you may see those as we continue with the countdown. Of course, chat, if you see them, call them out. They're really cool to see. Also really cool to see is everybody's all-time favorite vent. That is the T-minus 20-minute, 20-second vent. A little harder to see at this pad, given you have the crew access tower right in the way of where our cameras are. But as you can see there, right on time, 20 minutes, 20 seconds to go. There is the best vent. D, what is the best vent, by the way?
Yes, so of course, things like liquid oxygen are really, really cold. And if you've ever been outside, been seeing, wow, my brain is totally not working. How many times have I given this sort of explanation? They can't just start flowing a cryogenic propellant through these pipes and expect it to not flash into a vapor. So the same way they do a chill down on the engines to get everything to temperature and ready for the full flow, they prepare the infrastructure for the fueling of the second stage with liquid oxygen. I'm going to hand it back over to you because what am I even saying at this point? I'm brain.
Hey, we knew what you meant. Yeah, again, chilling down the lines for the liquid oxygen load to begin, and that is about 3-ish minutes from now. Got confused which clock to look at for a second. 19 minutes to go. At about the 16-minute mark, that's when that vent will shut down and the LOX load will actually begin. Meanwhile, RP1, Rocket Propellant 1, and liquid oxygen load continue on stage 1 as you see that frost climbing up the Super Sooty booster. Bideford with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Bideford. Appreciate you hanging with us here. Also, talking about their favorite launches, saying Alan Shepard aboard Freedom 7 in 1964. Good call. First American in space.
Classic.
Apollo 11, Falcon Heavy demo. Oh, how could I forget Starship? Starship Flight 11 are among her favorites. Oh, heck, every launch is my favorite.
Oh, that's such a cop-out answer, Sawyer. My goodness.
I didn't say it. Bideford did. You're calling Bideford a cop-out answer.
Oh, gosh. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Jeez Louise.
Max didn't mean it. Don't worry.
I did if it was you, but if it's Bideford, I don't.
Oh, boy. But yeah, I forgot. Starship Flight 5 would have been a cool one to be at. The first catch on the tower.
Yeah, and we were talking about this briefly on well, not briefly. We were diving into it extensively on the flame trench, but I was talking about it, and there aren't many times where you have like a full Flight 5 moment, and that's where something happens for the first time, and it happens brilliantly in front of everybody, and you are with a group of people that you are sharing the moment with, and that's how Flight 5 was. I mean, it was myself, Dee, John Kraus, and Cody, and a few others were up there on the roof of the Margaritaville in South Padre Island, losing our minds, hugging each other, running around, just doing wild stuff, because we had just seen history. And yesterday, with the first landing of a New Glenn first stage booster, never tell me the odds, it was a lot of the same. Because while we couldn't watch that in person because it was many hundreds of miles downrange, we were all watching the feed live, and we were all watching it together and sharing the moment together, and made it a rather unique and special time to be around others. So easily now a top 5 mission for me, I think. And honestly, just grateful to have shared the moment with others. Oh my gosh, I can't talk.
None of us can. It's fine. Hey, you don't have to host. You can at least just answer the question and throw it back to me and say, here, it's your problem.
Yeah, Sawyer, it's all your problem. Take it away.
Thanks, Max. Appreciate it. Chromatic gifting a red team membership. Look at this. Ezekiel saying, as a former tile tech, now I'm the one wearing the tiles. I absolutely love that. Oh, that's so cool. Getting the TPS pajama pants. I love when we get actual techs that work on the hardware coming in and hanging out with us and getting to hear their stories. And of course, the merch, it's like, hey, I'm buying that because I worked on it, or I had a say in that, or a hand in that. It's part of my favorite part of this job.
Hey, Sawyer.
Yeah.
Little fun fact about the TPS overlay PJs. That is actually my photo on them. Fun fact.
Ooh. There you go. A Max print that you can wear. That's awesome. Also, Dr. Holly coming in with some late night gift shopping with my fave rocket nerds. Thank you, Dr. Holly. Really appreciate all of the support tonight. Getting those pajama pants as well. I also love the merch because it's a way that you can say thank you, which is cool. But when we go out to events and we see people actually wearing the NSF merch, it's like, oh my God, this is cool. You get something in return. That's my favorite part about it. So thank you. In fact, you can see there is our holiday collection. We have a special section for it on the website and everything. Ooh, also getting one of the puzzles there. There's the super heavy pajama pants with the booster for legs. And then, of course, the TPS one. And these are all from real photos, as you heard there from Max with the thermal protection system pants. That way you can have thermal protection this winter with comfy pajama pants. Fair warning, does not protect against re-entry heating.
Full disclosure.
But this one will collect all of the trimmings that fall off of your trees. And all the pine needles and things. But yeah, that's all in the shop. Doing the merch plug a little early tonight, but I mean, this is such a cool collection. It's the first time I've seen some of these hidden ones today. It was the first time that I got to see a bunch of them. Of course, you can always get the puzzles. You can get an L2 membership, either for a month, a year, or for life, too. Get access to all the NSF forums. And some of these photos you might even see in L2 that are now available as puzzles. So you can see that the shuttle one, we've got the VAB. Of course, New Glenn, those engines beautiful after the launch as a way to celebrate. The fact that the booster is one piece is to reassemble it back into one piece with the 1,000-piece puzzles. Here's one from Leon Ashton with a question asking, is there a reason that all the launches happen at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station? Ooh, Do one of you want to try and tackle that?
Depends on how you want to approach the question. I think, well, for one, I think you could approach it as, well, this is where SpaceX's two primary launch sites are located, and that is why they launch so often out of here, because Falcon is an absolute workhorse. But also, if we want to approach the question like, why are they launching from Florida? Then we have to go back to the 50s when when the Cape, I think it was Cape Kennedy at that point, or maybe even before that. I can't remember what it was actually called before that. It was a former missile testing area, and before it moved to an active spaceport. And the reason why Central Florida here is such an ideal place for a spaceport, especially where it juts out here on Cape Canaveral, Merritt Island, is that because we are a lot closer to the equator equator than any other spot really on the East Coast, minus like Wallops, because that is a very unique spot to launch from, even though it is much farther north. But the advantage you get from launching in a place like Florida, being closer to the equator, is you get an extra boost in velocity just from Earth's rotation, and so it's a much better place to take advantage of that. And also from Florida, you have a very wide range of areas to launch from. So you can launch up to, I believe, a 55-degree launch or flight path to the north, and you can launch also polar if you want to dogleg around the Florida Peninsula as well. So on top of that, you have a wide range of space to launch from, with the Atlantic Ocean being right there. So if something went awry, or if you were using an expendable launch vehicle of sorts, you could toss them in the water should you wish. So that is the TLDR why Florida, and also why SpaceX also launches from here, because this is the best spot in the world to launch from, in my humble opinion. Not biased at all.
Definitely not. Again, they have launches out of Vandenberg in the west. They have Wallops Island as well on the east. There's a bunch of different options there. And in case you're wondering about the naming, the whole area was originally the Cape Canaveral launching area.
That's what it was, yes.
Part of it was then called the LRPG launching area, then the Cape Canaveral Auxiliary Air Force Base, Cape Canaveral Missile Test Annex, and then that's when they split it. So one side became the Cape Kennedy Air Force Station, and the other side became Cape Kennedy as well. Before that, by the way, it was the Launch Operations Center on the KSC side. Then they switched that back to Cape Canaveral, and then the Kennedy Space Center on one side. And then we get to the other side, and that became Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, and now Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The more you know, Florida History Edition. And now we are coming up here on just about 10 minutes to go until tonight's second launch of the evening. This is the Starlink 6-85 mission. This will mark SpaceX's 590th overall launch. This will also mark their 151st launch of the year. In case you missed it, their 150th launch of the year happened about 3.5 hours ago from the neighboring pad over at LC-39A. This one currently at LC-40, or Slick-40, at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, marking their 292nd launch from this launch pad. This will be their 7th of the month, their 270th orbital launch of the year, 210th consecutive successful launch if all goes well, the 562nd orbital flight of Falcon 9, and this would mark SpaceX's 325th launch dedicated to Starlink satellites and the 85th in Group 6. Also hoping for the 140th successful landing on Just Read the Instructions out of 141. That would also be for the first time that the Atlantic Ocean has seen 3 orbital class boosters that have returned from space atop a landing barge. With the one from earlier tonight on a Shortfall of Gravitas, this one on Just Read the Instructions, and then New Glenn currently out on Jacqueline, that one Never Tell Me the Odds. Tonight, though, is B1078-24. This one has previously launched Crew 6, O3B Empower B, USSF 124, Bluebird 1 through 5, and New Centaura Lima was the most recent one in September. But otherwise, you can see there all of the different Starlinks a lot of Group 6 missions in particular, with a couple of Group 10 missions and Group 12 thrown in there as well. This will be 466 total satellites launched if all goes well with deployment tonight. And Max, for people wondering where to see this one, where do they need to look?
Depends on where you are. So if you are south of Cape Canaveral on Florida's east coast, just look out to the north initially and then out to the east because Falcon 9 will be flying right by you. So if you are in Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, Satellite Beach, even going all the way down to Fort Lauderdale or Miami, you should have a great view of tonight's launch at some point, depending on how far south you are, and also if the weather is playing ball and you have clear skies. That's not to say if you are north of the Cape that's not to say if you are north of the Cape, you'll have a bad view. Just the rocket is flying away from you, so you won't have as cool of a view of the rocket because obviously it's flying away from you and you can't really see it that well. But yeah, if you are south of the Cape, you should be looking out towards the north at first and then further out into the Atlantic, and you should have a great view if you have clear skies.
Exactly. And speaking of clear skies, Dee, what is the weather currently down there at the Kennedy press site where you're at currently?
The weather out here is honestly spectacular. As we were talking about earlier, the 45th Weather Squadron gave this a less than 5% chance of violation, which is just about as good as it gets. We have totally clear skies. I guess if I turn around away from the launch pad, I can see some clouds in the distance, but it is beautiful. The only thing that was notable on the additional risk criteria was some moderate solar activity, but of course, the one earlier today got off the ground just fine. And once again, here, uh, we aren't really wouldn't really expect that to be an issue as that solar activity has been decreasing. So it's spectacular weather. Honestly, couldn't ask for much better.
Yep, basically the exact same forecast as the one that already launched earlier tonight. So not too much of a chill in the air, but there is a chill going on with the 9 Merlin 1D engines as they prepare them for the thermal shock that they would experience if they didn't chill them down ahead of launch, getting them conditioned, running those super cool propellants through them so that when it does lift off, they are conditioned and ready to go. Also, I want to thank MidCon77 here with a $20 super chat saying Falcon 9 rules the reusable title today, but I was very impressed by Blue Origin yesterday. Do you think Blue's success will pressure SpaceX to push Starship Super Heavy harder, or are they focused on different missions? I personally think they're different missions at this point. You've got one that's, obviously there's 2 heavy launch vehicles, but SpaceX very much has their goal of getting to the moon and Mars with it, is my personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't really think SpaceX is too concerned with New Glenn eating up any of Falcon's customer base or with what Starship wants to do and its ambitions. 2 way different vehicles, 2 way different timelines, 2 way different philosophies. I don't think SpaceX is concerned at all, but I do hope that Blue finds and is able to build a customer base to support New Glenn flying on a regular basis because, for one, it is a gorgeous launch vehicle, but 2, it is a magnificent design because obviously we saw that yesterday on only its second flight. They absolutely nailed the first stage landing on Jacqueline. So, but also competition here breeds greatness, and it also breeds each company to push as hard as they can to make the best products that they possibly can, and in this case, the best launch vehicles. So, the more the merrier, and that's why we are also very excited to see Stoke and I can never say it without stuttering. Oh my gosh. Relativity, there we go. Also over at Slick LC14 and LC16 as well. So busy times, lots of launch vehicles hopefully going up next year, including the likes of Starship from Florida, hopefully. So cross your fingers.
Exactly. It'll be exciting to see that. It'll be exciting to see this rocket launch in about 4 more minutes. Right now, the strongback will be retracting away from the vehicle. That's the silver metallic structure currently behind Falcon 9. The clamps unclamping from underneath the fairings, and it will lean back 1.8 degrees to retract and prepare itself for the launch. Max and Dee, I know you both need to prepare yourselves for the launch. We will chat with you both after liftoff.
Thank you very much, Sawyer.
See you on the other side.
Looking forward to it. And again, you see that clamp open underneath the payload fairings, leaning back 1.8 degrees. It will throw all the way back at liftoff, but there's still a bunch of umbilical lines that are connected to different parts of the rocket attached to it. It's been feeding propellant. It's been feeding thermal conditioning. It's been feeding telemetry, all of that through it. So that's why it stays on as long as it can until it will retract all the way. Meanwhile, we should be coming up shortly on the wrapping up of propellant loads, both the liquid oxygen and the RP-1, the rocket propellant 1, the refined form of kerosene on these vehicles, both first and second stages. Once it does that, they will purge all of the lines one final time, close out all of the different gas areas that they have on there, all the different gas lines, in preparation for the major part of the countdown where Falcon 9 would enter startup.
Load is complete.
And there we go. Stage 1 liquid oxygen load is complete. All we need now is Stage 2 LOX load to wrap up, and if so, we then have a fully fueled Falcon 9. So we'll be listening for that call out shortly. And then once we do, you'll see a big giant vent coming out of the transporter erector. That is totally normal. And in fact, that would be an indicator that they are still on track. Should be getting that call any moment from SpaceX. Right now, though, all looking good. 2 minutes to go. And then, of course, we will be seeing the gas closeout. And you'll see that big venting. That should be coming up in a couple seconds here. Once we hit the 1 minute mark, Falcon 9 will enter startup.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
There we go. We have a fully fueled vehicle. The gas closeouts now. At 1 minute, Falcon 9 will enter startup when the onboard computers will take control of the count. That is also when all of the tanks will pressurize up to their final flight levels. 90 seconds to go at this point. Again, all of the frost and venting totally normal, especially with these super chilled propellants that are currently on board. The weather has been looking fantastic tonight. Clear skies, light breeze. You can see there that the venting, not much movement to it. The calm skies there. We are about 10 seconds away from Falcon 9 entering startup. Again, our clock is a little bit ahead of the SpaceX feed. Ours is real time. Theirs has a slight delay. So that's why our clock may not match up exactly with their callouts. But Falcon 9 should now be in startup. We'll wait for that confirmation.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
There we go. In about 15 seconds, we should get confirmation from the launch director that the SpaceX team is go for launch. Hopefully we will get that call in a couple seconds.
Go for launch.
There we go. That's what we like to hear. So now less than 30 seconds away from liftoff. Again, once it does launch, I will be quiet and let you listen to the beautiful sounds and potentially the VAB squeal behind it. Now 15 seconds to go. So in these last couple of seconds, there's a water deluge system known as the Rainbirds that will spray water down towards the base of the vehicle. That should be activating right about now. Followed a couple seconds later by the ignition of those Merlin 1D engines. And liftoff of Falcon 9, 2 for 2 tonight. 2 more batches of Starlink satellites on their way. There we go. Beautiful launch this evening. Falcon 9 passing through max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure, pushing against the vehicle as it continues its climb uphill, 90 seconds into flight. At this point, the atmosphere is getting thinner, so we will start to see the plume expand a little bit, and you'll be able to make out each of the engines more. Again, this vehicle is being tracked, of course, from our team on the ground, but also some of our Space Coast Live operators doing this remotely with our tracking cameras there and robotic cameras. The Merlin vacuum engine, as you heard there, chilling down. That's the upper stage engine as we approach 3 events in rapid succession, starting with MECO, main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation, when the first and second stage will separate away from each other, and then the second engine start 1, when the Merlin vacuum engine will ignite. The beautiful blue as it gets to the thinner parts of the atmosphere, right before we see MECO. Right on cue there. There's main engine cutoff. Then will be stage separation. And that will be followed by a green flash, and, as you see there, the ignition of that Merlin vacuum engine. SpaceX, again, a bit on a delay from what we can see with our own eyes.
Separation confirmed.
There we go. There's their official confirmation of it. Next will be the separation of the payload fairing halves. There are 2 of them at the top of the rocket, encapsulating those 29 Starlink V2 mini satellites. Those will separate away. There we go. You can see it a bit from the ground. Let's see it again from up here now with the onboard cameras.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And there we go. There are 2 halves, an active half and a passive half. One of them pushes the other out of the way. They will then come back through the atmosphere. They have some small little thrusters on them. A parachute will pop out, and then they will splash down in the Atlantic Ocean. And the ferry recovery vessel Bob is downrange to go scoop those out of the water tonight for this mission. Doug is also out there, but that is scooping up the fairing halves for the earlier Starlink 6-89 mission. Beautiful views there as the plume expands. Again, as the atmosphere gets thinner, you get to see more of that plume expansion. That is just from the single Merlin vacuum engine on board. That is the full-length engine, by the way. You may hear people refer to the stubby nozzle, which is a shortened engine bell that they sometimes use if it doesn't need as much thrust, as a way to save some mass on the engine bell and production time. But for these Starlink missions, they want all of the force that they can get, all of that added push to the launch. So they go for the full engine, which allows them to place 29 of these engines on there. 4.5 minutes now into flight. Everything continuing as planned at this point. The first stage should also be approaching its apogee, the highest point in its orbit, or its trajectory, excuse me, and it looks like it did. Here we go. Trajectory nominal. You see it reached the top point there. Because the altitude now decreasing, the speed increasing, it's been coasting uphill that entire time. So now it will begin its trip downward. That will be followed by the entry burn. It's going to be super clear tonight, so hopefully we can get a view of that entry burn as it comes back down. That is when it will start with 1 engine, followed a couple seconds later by 3 of those Merlin engines reigniting on stage 1. That's about a 20-ish second burn, as we like to say here, to fight fire with fire, also known as supersonic retropropulsion. Basically, creating a sort of envelope around itself using the flames to act as a heat shield as it gets through some of the thicker parts of the atmosphere to help slow it down. That should be coming up within the next couple of seconds or so. First stage now 85 kilometers in altitude and dropping. The second stage 150 kilometers in altitude and climbing. Everything looks good so far based on the numbers. Now on the left side of your screen, that is where we should see those engines ignite shortly. So keep an eye out there. The graphic will show it happening before the actual rocket shows it. And of course, our team watching for it in the field.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
And there it is. That is from one of our teams on the ground, catching the entry burn on the way down. There's the onboard view of it as well. All 3 of those engines up and running to help slow it down. Right into the slight cloud layer there. And then it will drop down to 1 engine. And then it will shut down. And everything looks good.
Stage 1.
There, dropped to a single engine. And there's the video replay from what they said, basically, of the shutdown, the 131 configuration. Now you'll start to see the plasma build up on those grid fins as it gets into the thicker part of the atmosphere here. You'll also see those grid fins start to actually move and maneuver as it gets into the thicker parts of the atmosphere here, where they're actually more useful. That will help steer it to the deck of the drone ship. Just read the instructions, located about 600-ish kilometers downrange. Coming up now on that landing burn momentarily here. Max, everything looked pretty good from the ground. Beautiful launch.
It sure did. Second one of. Here we go. Good call outs. I was about to say second of the day, but technically it's the first because it's after midnight. But beautiful as always. Always great to see a launch with skies this clear at night. We tracked it the whole way. Saw entry burn from here and all. Absolutely beautiful.
And now we should see the landing burn. You can see the light on that left part of the screen through the grid fin. That is the drone ship. Just read the instructions. The booster now 4 kilometers in altitude, getting ready for that single engine burn to slow itself down on the left side of the screen.
Stage 1 landing burn.
There we go. There is that landing burn. You'll see those grid fins start to do their little wiggle as they help steer. We should see that landing leg deploy any moment.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Where's Journey? There's Journey! And
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Wow.
touchdown. 2 for 2 tonight with that. There are now 3 drone ships in the Atlantic Ocean with 3 different orbital class boosters on them. 2 Falcon 9s and 1 New Glenn booster,
And that
all
shutdown.
in the Atlantic. I don't think I ever thought we would see the day, to be perfectly honest.
And here we are.
Not just
That
3,
was-
but from 2 different companies.
Yes. That was a bit trippy, the way the camera was behaving when it came down onto the deck of the drone ship there. I thought for a second it looked a little bit funny, like in terms of how the rocket itself was behaving, but nope, that was just the camera not behaving.
Exactly. Yeah, a little different. We didn't get a loading screen as we did from New Glenn the other day. Oh boy. That was spectacular. DY is working now on getting the slow motion replay for everybody. Oh man. I guess this is kind of a bit of a dumb question. As we get the replays pulled right now, stick around. Those replays are coming, and they are going to be spectacular. Which one was better tonight, Max? If you had to pick one, which of the 2 was your favorite?
Honestly, I do have to say the first one because it's not often that we see a Starlink or a Falcon 9 really launch from LC-39A anymore. For one, we are closer to it by about a mile. The sound is always more intense, and also our imagery is also that much more clearer of the pad. So, without a doubt, it is the first one of the evening. But that is not to say that this current one, or this last one, I should say, was a bad experience at all, because that is far from the case. A night launch from our perspective here at the KSC is always a treat, and it is an absolute privilege, and we do not take any of it for granted. I promise you that.
That is very true. And again, they're also different. That's the thing. You'd think, oh, having seen so many of these or covered so many of these, that it would get old seeing it in person. It really doesn't. Each one has their slight quirks and little tidbits to them. Sometimes the sound is better on one. Sometimes the lighting is better on one. Sometimes the atmosphere conditions are better. It really is so different with each launch. You never know what you're going to get.
I mean, you start to build up a routine in terms of what you can roughly expect based on what the weather is like when you get there. Yeah, Kevin in the back channel. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Um,
Thanks, Forrest.
well, I mean, it's the waiting. The waiting does kind of wear on you at times, especially when there's multiple delays, or if it delays to the end of the window, or it scrubs multiple times. Believe me, we don't like that part. But it is all part of the journey, and when we finally see the engines light up on whatever rocket is launching in front of us, it is well worth the wait. I promise.
Exactly. In my opinion, it should be a life goal to at least go and see one launch. But then people say, oh, which launch should I go to? Any of them. It's very hard to find a bad rocket launch.
I mean, there are a few contenders, especially those that get either launched in very poor weather with very poor visibility, like either fog or low clouds. Call Vandenberg. But also, like yesterday was almost a great example, or I should say, technically 2 days ago now. Blimey, where
Still yesterday in my book. Still one sleep ago.
yeah, same. Where a cruise ship unfortunately gets right in your field of view, like right after the rocket clears the pad. Granted, that could have been much worse. I will say that, but still, it's not ideal. But overall, these are like one in 1,000 happenings. Trust me. If you come to Florida, if you go to California, and you want to see a rocket launch, chances are you are going to see one, especially if you are here for about a week or more. It is well worth it. I promise.
Or just be Ryan Weber, be here for 2 days and already have, what is
Four
that
under
now?
his
4
belt.
launches?
Yeah, seriously.
And guess what? There's another one scheduled for Tuesday. So, in case there isn't enough, that's just an idea of how fast they're launching them here from the Cape, how many they're launching. And again, the fact that there's so many companies now. I used to joke back in the day, oh, the world's premier multi-user spaceport. I used to emphasize that because it's like, oh yeah, well, there's NASA and SpaceX and maybe ULA, but it is really picking up now, and it's nice. Now I see someone asking here, No Good God Games, what is the VAB squeal? A lot of people saying they couldn't quite hear it. I saw a lot of people shouting in chat when it did happen that they heard the squeal. Chris Bergen, I think, still thinks that I'm making it up. But it is the resonance from those Merlin 1D engines. I don't know what it is about them, but basically it strikes some kind of resonance with the paneling on the side of the vehicle assembly building. Some kind of frequency or resonance with it. I don't know the full science on it. But it rattles it in such a way that it makes a squealing sound. It kind of hits the panels shake, and the sound bounces back to us. It's occasionally that you hear it on 39A. It's very rare, but we did hear it on the first launch. More common from Slick 40, as we heard on this launch, and then again for the landing zones when they were at LZs 1 and 2, you could hear individual mini squeals for each of the sonic booms that would come back afterwards. So it's it's a really cool sound. You can see there the transporter erector, by the way, all the way going back into vertical again. And then, of course, as Gage pointing out in the back channel, that VAB does have the next moon rocket inside of it, set to launch around February of next year, which is only 3 months away.
Which is wild.
Meanwhile,
this year has passed so quickly.
It really has. It's felt so slow and yet so fast, depending on which part of it you're in. But there you go. You could see the next launch of the night, the second one. These are the replays. This is from the camera atop Rusty's at the port. Great restaurant, great place to watch a launch, great area to hang out in. And you can see it turning night into day. Also, just the other day, there were 2 boosters in the stands there. They got those down quickly, and now there will be 2 more in the stands between the 2 missions that flew tonight. I'm still going to say they're tonight, because it's, again, one sleep, same sunset at this point. And there it goes. Of course, we have 2 fleet cams out there now. Absolutely love having it there. Gives us some great views. And here is that second view, by the way, from Fleet 2 that we have there. And it shines. You gotta love it. Shine on, you crazy diamond.
Artificial
Crazy
sunrise
mock diamond.
at its finest.
Yeah.
The second artificial sunrise of the day.
Ooh, good point.
I mean, I'm
I
excited for the third sunrise in, 4 hours?
Hopefully we'll be asleep through that one. It'll be close,
I
but
most
hopefully.
certainly will be.
And there we go. This is from one of our robotic cameras at the LC-39 press site. We have a couple of robotic cameras up there. Just with that wider shot, really give you that sense of brightness and scale with it. Oh, I love it. Can't believe that launch was 17 minutes ago. The other one was less than 4 hours ago. Boy, time blurs together. Also, words on the screen are starting to blur together. It's from another one of our robotic cameras up there. Gets a bit of a closer view of it popping up over the tree line. By the way, I see people asking, when is the next launch? Will there be a launch in this time period? There's pretty much a good chance the answer is, if you're down here, yes, there will be a launch. But if you want to check for sure, make sure you go to nextspaceflight.com or download the Next Spaceflight app. That gives you a list of all of the upcoming missions, in particular the ones that we at least know the dates for. And as they come in, we update them. The next launch from the Cape after this one is Tuesday, and that is another Starlink Group 6 mission, as of now, scheduled for 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. Depending on if the restriction is still in place for when missions can launch, that may change. But it would be nice to see a dusk launch. I mean, we're getting to the time of year where that's close to jellyfish timing, isn't it?
Basically, especially with the recent change in daylight savings. Yeah, we haven't had one of those in a while. We also haven't had a really solid jellyfish in a while. I know Vandenberg sometimes has streaks where they have like 4 or 5 in a row. It's insane. But we haven't had one in a while. I think we're kind of due. I would love to see one again. They are an absolute treat, especially for our eyes, for the cameras, for everyone watching, either here on the ground or on the live stream itself. I think we're due, Sawyer.
Yeah, we had one sunrise jellyfish, I think, within the last month or so.
Did we?
Wasn't there like an early morning Starlink that did that? Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Yeah. First off, LUT, Kevin. Also, Polka? For those who are with us for the commentary break between the two missions, yeah, someone requested Polka, and DJ Kevin Michael Reed obliged. Talk about calming launch music.
I don't know if calming's the right word.
Oh, I know it's not. Unsettling. Wheel sounds like it's part of the song. You gotta kind of admit.
It's part of the theme, I guess.
Yeah, someone calling it Polka 9.
No, you know what? This is what's happening inside all of our heads now because we're just so tired.
You're not wrong. Oh gosh, what's the next track, though?
Yeah, I'm worried.
Well, the next track, I think, is more Polka, and this one of our tracks from one of our... I'm trying to think, is this one of you guys, or is this...
I believe this is my track, sir.
Yeah. You may be able to hear the VAB squeal through the accordion.
Just.
And more there.
Yipper. And there. It's real, we promise.
Just rewind, you'll be able to hear it, folks. That's why we're calling them out.
Kevin is committing to the bit.
Really can hear. I can imagine like the monkey with the cymbals going through my head right now.
Yeah,
as he
dude,
hears
honestly, that's so accurate. That's so accurate. It's kind of scary.
Whee! Hey, 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 hey.
It is almost
Awesome.
Christmas after all.
Almost. I mean, it's still a little bit over a month away.
It's almost there, basically.
Also, happy birthday to Turd Ferguson Jr., member for 31 months, saying, birthday since we just passed midnight. Polka! Also, I saw some people mentioning they might have seen some more of the Leonid meteors during the actual launch, which is the case, that'd be really cool.
Talk about a mood change.
You left in the hard metal that we joked would be funny as a mood change during the commentary break, didn't you? We're like, oh, it'd be funny to go from all the happy polka to something super deep and quickly shift the mood. Oh, it was about 2 seconds off from the music timing up with the reignition.
I think this is one of the Cape Cams.
Absolutely is. That, I believe, is being tracked by one of our Space Coast Live operators, too. At the Home Depot, we provide you all the rocket parts you need to bring your satellites to orbit. That's the vibe I'm getting. This is Gage, who is doing this track, again, remotely. Always impressive. Yes, hashtag not sponsored. You're right. Unless they want to. In which case, you know our business email.
It does sound eerily similar to the Home Depot theme.
Also a Gage track. Gage with the double track tonight.
Casual flexing.
Yeah, normally that's my job. Gage with the flex. Beautiful replays tonight. 2 beautiful launches. Drop the bass. There we go. It's like if Jerry Bruckheimer directed a Ford F-250 commercial.
just
like
with
that.
Falcon 9.
Exactly. And there it goes as that replay fades out. And the music picks back up. I think it's time for us to pick it up out of here. This, of course, starting with the replay, slow-mo from the previous flight. Max, thank you for joining me tonight.
Sawyer and everyone else who is watching, it has been an absolute pleasure, as it always is. I know it has been a long one, and it has been a very long week for all of us here at NSF, but these are the kinds of these are the problems and the sorts of tired and soreness that we love and that we honestly strive for. It is what makes what we do worth it, and especially if everyone is enjoying it as much as we enjoy making it. There's no other place in the world I'd rather be. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming to hang out with us tonight, and we will see y'all again very soon.
B-Wise also out in the field. Thank you for rolling out with your views and then for your commentary on this second flight as well.
It has been an absolute pleasure. I say as I am working rapid. Kevin, you should have the slow-mo. All right,
I see
it's been
it.
a pleasure. See y'all for the next one.
Yeah, stick around because this is the slow-mo from the first launch. It looks like we might be able to get the slow-mo from the second launch in there as well. Kevin Michael Reed working on that, who was also the producer of both of these streams tonight. Man, I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host for the streams here tonight for the Atlas launch and was your field commentator for New Glenn. It has been an absolute pleasure, folks, being with everyone here for all of these launches. Thank you all for sticking around. Thank you for all of the support. We are going to go collapse into a pile somewhere, and then hopefully we will be back stronger than ever. We still have the New Glenn booster return coming. Another launch set to come up on Tuesday. Lots still to happen, and of course, you can keep up with everything in real time with our Space Coast Live and Starbase Live 24/7 cameras. Go check those out. As we now watch the replay slow-mo from this launch, thank you everybody for watching. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. We'll see you in the next one.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?